Hey, Ebony. Good to see you. Hey, Zaza. What's going on? Zaza, thank you for you be coming through showing support on the regular, and I appreciate it. You know, I'm starting to see your face a lot, and I appreciate it. Hey, Michelle, and you as well, Michelle. I see you a lot, and I'm thankful for you being a supporter and being here supporting me. Hey, Miss Glow, I'm doing wonderful. And yourself? Hey, Janetta, I'm doing good. I just wanted to talk about something. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about something. Hey, Tiny Twist, but I'm here. Hey, Miss Angela, I'm doing good in yourself, Tiny Twist. But yeah, but I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, like I always am. But it was just something on my mind that I wanted to talk about. And y'all know I hardly ever talk about my marriage, my relationship with my husband, anything like that, because I try to keep, certain things to myself. Even though some of y'all may feel like, I might put too much out there about our business, but I put out there what I feel is not harmful to us to share, if that makes sense to you, but it makes sense to me. And so, everything, everything ain't meant for everybody, but it's meant for ones that understand. You know what I'm saying? And so that's part of the reason why I share what I share with y'all, because there is people that understand and can help you to get to your understanding as well. So you never know who you is being a mouthpiece for, or being a motivation to, or a blessing to, because of what they have been thinking or been wanting to say, or the way that they feel, and they have been looking for answers to how they have been feeling or what they have been thinking or whatever. So when somebody else come out and tell how they feel, this light is ooh. But when somebody else come out and tell how they feel, and it kind of like give them light to how they feeling, and make them feel better about it. Maybe they have been praying and asking God for whatever, and it's just like God give them confirmation in all different kind of ways, through people, through whatever. You never know how God answer you. You know what I'm saying? So I just had to say that to say, I share what I share, to be a motivation. I share what I share because I'm thankful. I share what I share, um, for whatever reason that I'm sharing what I share, and what I just said is most of them. So yesterday I enjoyed y'all ran this over here for me. Hit the thumbs up, the like button. Let's get the lights up first before I even get to start talking, because what I want to talk about is something about my husband, my marriage, my relationship with him. Not only am I married to him, he's my friend, you know? Hey, Miss Gloria. I'm doing wonderful in yourself. He's my friend. And so when you is in a relationship with someone or married with someone, you want to feel like that's your best friend. You could talk to them about anything. You could tell them anything. They can come to you about anything. You want them to feel open enough to come to you about anything, or you know what I'm saying? You just want them, you want that to just be like that relationship, that marriage to be like before husband and wife, we best friends, you know? And so that's why sometimes you have to take a step back and just look at how God worked. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why when I talk about something serious, y'all. I told y'all I ain't nothing but a bag of tears. So, just don't think I'm crying just to be crying if I start crying, okay? Because I'm not talking about any emotion, but it's just like when I talk about serious stuff, it's just like it just it's like it's like I tap into my sensitive side when I start talking about serious stuff. I tap into my sensitive side. So that's why I'm just a bag of tears. Even though I'm not really just crying, crying, crying. It's just my sensitiveness. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't really got nothing to cry about or nothing like that. I don't. It's just I'm sensitive. I'm so sensitive. I am so sensitive. I am. But, you know, anywho, let's get these likes up, y'all. Let's get the likes up. Good morning, Miss Miles, by the way. Afternoon. Cheers of joy. It don't matter if it's good, bad, sad, whatever. It just be I'm just so sensitive. I am. And sometimes I don't be liking it. But I love you too, Tiger Twist. So yeah. Y'all hit the like button for me. So how y'all doing this morning? You like that too? Yeah, I am. I can't help it either. My mama like that. My grandma like that. My sister, she like that because my mama's like that. Like I get this sensitiveness from my mama. But my dad, he was sensitive too. He just hid his. Hid his. And growing up, my dad, he never wanted us to really be crybabies. He never wanted us to be, how a man tell a boy, don't cry. Don't cry. That's how he did the girls too. He did us the same way. So a lot of times I hid my feelings with anger. Truth. Truth. Some truth coming out. And I'm gonna say this before I say what I'm gonna say. Sometimes I'm not even gonna cover it up. I'm not. But anyway, I sit here and I wonder, how did I start talking about that? How did that come out? What made me say that? When you be talking, sometimes one thing leads to the next, and you never know what you really need to let out. You know what I'm saying? And it just comes out on its own. And when it comes out on its own, I try not to stop it because I feel like that be God's way of healing me because I do pray. Okay. So whether I let it out here or let it out in silence, I still thank God for my healing, because we don't know how God gonna give us our healing. So I try not to stop it if it start coming out. If it comes out, it's meant to come out. But anyway, y'all ring that over, hit the phones up the like button. So my dad, he used to tell me, Uh, don't be crying. You know, don't really basically like don't show no emotion when tears is part of healing. Emotions is your feelings. So why you got to keep it in? You right, Tennessee North. So why you got to keep it in? You know, look at me. There I go tearing up. Don't fear no mind, y'all. Don't fear no. Why you got to why you got to keep it in? You need to let certain things out to be able to get to the better you. You know, and I feel like that was a he made I don't I blame him for some things, but I don't blame him for everything. Cause my dad he had his ways. He was mean, but he just had his ways. I'll just put it like that. And you know, by him not wanting me to show emotion and my feelings and cry and all of that, it kind of like did something to me on the inside that I didn't realize younger, you know? So as I get older, I start I start noticing it more and more. I start noticing it more and more, whatever. And it's like you when you're trying to figure yourself out, you're trying to basically just trying to figure yourself out. And you're like, why am I like that? Why am I this? Why am I that? Why do I act like that? A lot of times when you sit back and you really just think, you realize sometimes certain things comes from your childhood. It was embedded in you. You know, it is. Exactly. So it's just embedded in you. And when you realize that, oh, let's just use not to cry. Oh, I was told not to cry back when I was younger, or this and that when I was younger, but now I see that this is what I need to do. This is what I need for myself. But I hid it. I think I hid when I was told, even though that I know now that I am a very emotional person and I can't really think back then, really, if I really showed a lot of emotion then or not, probably was just scared too. But um, when I think about it now, I believe that's why I say I'm so mean, It's just when I think about it. Like, why were you so mean? Why was I so mean? Because I had to hide my feelings. Because people is insensitive. Because people don't care. Some people just not understanding. People like to pick. And so that's why. when you have to hide, when you have to not be sensitive or be open with your feelings, what's the opposite of open? You closed. You're closed to everything, allowing people in. Hmm. It all makes sense now. Oh, it makes sense. Thank you, Jesus. Yep, yep, yep. Sometimes you got to talk about it. You're right. You just said it. Sometimes you got to talk about it to hear your thoughts. But this ain't even what I wanted to talk about. But I think this right here is going to help me. You know. But I say it all the time. I be like, y'all know I tell y'all all the time. I be like, people just, I just don't mess with people. I'm all to myself because people just so judgmental. I can't stand a judgmental MF. Remember, I say that all the time, y'all. I say that all the time. But not really thinking about why I really just say that all the time. But I know I say that because that's how I feel. People just so judgmental. People don't give you a chance. People always want to have something to talk about. People always want to pick. People always want to just at you because they don't care about how you feel. Maybe it could be something within them, but we ain't gonna talk about them. I'm just talking about me. And it made sense. It made sense why I'm just so closed off. Why I shut down. I shut down too. Why I shut down. And all that goes back to me not being able to cry when I was younger. When I was younger. Yep. So, growing up as an adult, now you have these things that's just been instilled in you in ways that you have been taught to be in. All of that, and not realizing that those things that you were taught are is who is what. I'm trying to see which way I should use it. Made you who you are, along with your own personality. But you got to think about you have ways of your mother, you have ways of your father, and then you got ways from this world. You have ways of God because God lives within us. And then when you put it all together, you be like, who am I? Who am I? How am I to act? How do I want to act? You know? Thank you, Zaza. And I love you too. How do I want to act though? I've been taught not to say this. I've been taught to everything happens stays in the house. I don't want to be like that. I've been taught to not share my feelings with people because people use that against you, but I don't want to do that. I've been taught to not cry, but I want to cry. I've been taught to not trust everybody, but I want to trust somebody. I want to trust people. I've been taught to not have friends because you ain't got no friends. That's what he used to say. Yeah, that's what he used to say. But I won't though, you know? Get it together. You hear me? Get it together. Worrying about y'all looking at me cry. That's a lot. Hey, Miss Josephine. Y'all ring the doorbell for me at the thumbs up like button. Thank you, Miss Miles. Sometimes what? So, hey, Mika. So now with being taught and told all that stuff, and I say how mean he was and stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's all he knew. That's all he knew. When I think about it, and I kind of can't blame him for how he was because, for one, he was a man, and you know how that can be for a man growing up, having feelings, can't express them, being abused. He was abused as a child. He felt like the black sheep because his mom didn't raise him. And he used to always tell me about, I used to run to this person's house and they fed me. I used to go to this person's house, that's who I stayed with. There was a time that my dad was, I guess, really sensitive too. And a lot of things happened that made him turn his sensitivity into anger. Exactly, Donna. Yep, that's so true. And he did. He held a lot in, and the way that he was able to deal with it was through anger. He built the wall, just like me. And he built a wall so high, so thick, so nobody can't climb that wall to hurt your feelings, say nothing to you to hurt your feelings. You don't let people in to be a friend because you don't want to be fooled. You know, like I told y'all, God gave me a gift of discernment and I can see people for who they are. But some people I can't. Some people I can't because some people they just so I don't really know what to say about them. The reason why I can't see those certain people. That's why I say I'm the type of person where I don't like to if I can't figure a person out, it only take me a few minutes to be around you to kind of like know, okay, I can deal with them for this little moment or be around them for this little time being. It don't take me a few minutes. It don't take long at all. Only thing I have to do is just be in your presence, and it's just something in me. I just feel you. I do. I feel you. And I just say that's just my discernment. Hey, Miss Wanda. So I didn't even mean to go here this this afternoon with this right here. I really didn't. This right here just started coming out and just I guess revealing itself as I just sit here and I just think. I do pray, Donna, but at the same time I'm human, so I am gonna worry too sometimes. It's easier said than done. All of us say that. We all say pray and don't worry, but we all worry and pray too. We all do. No one that comes out their mouth that says pray and don't worry does not worry. There's not one person that don't worry. We all living in flesh. We all living in sin. We all living in this world. And we do pray. A lot of times we pray because we is worrying, right? And after you pray, you do feel better sometimes. Maybe. I don't know your situation. But sometimes that worry creeps right back in about what you just prayed about, you know? So God knows us. But that's why we just continue to pray and ask God to help us. Be before us on everything, which He's already there. But I am very blessed, and that's a blessing. We all very blessed. We all are. But oh, it's okay. Hey, Miss Internet. But when I look at myself and how I am, that now give me understanding to why he was the way that he was, you know, because he had a wall up. He didn't want to be tested or tempted or even put to. He didn't want nobody to see the sensitiveness in him. But one thing that I can tell y'all is he was the way he was, but he also had a good heart. He really did. Anybody needed help, he'll help them. Neighbors cross the street, old people, just like I am, just like that, just like that, just like that. And only thing I could see in me and say and tell people, you know, I don't play. I'm mean. I can be mean, but no, don't never tell the good. Don't never tell the good in me, which I know the goodness in me. It's just that I never wanted to share it because people use your weakness against you. Oh, she like that? Oh, okay. It's like they just add it all up and then they be like, okay, all right, all right. So as long as I hit it, they don't know. If I be mean, 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna mess with a person that's mean. But really, that's not me. That is not me. That's my wall. That's my wall. That's my wall. That's my wall. Which brings me to the topic that I wanted to talk about. So, you know how your past can kind of like interfere with your greatness if you let it. But sometimes you don't know that you be letting it either. Letting it either. And so I don't care what the past is, past relationship, whatever. And so I was talking to my husband and I was telling him about certain things that I had been through in the relationship, my relationships in the past and stuff, you know. And I'm definitely not the one to carry over my past into my present when it comes to relationships, but some things you do and don't realize it. Now, I know that I'm the type of person where If you say something to me too harsh, I get defensive. Sometimes in a certain kind of way because maybe I got the wrong understanding of it and I get defensive. Um, we get in an argument or have a disagreement, sometimes I can get defensive. I knew I have a quick anger, a quick temper as well. I knew that I did, but I think that a lot of that has to deal with it all. I'm telling y'all, it all goes back. Everything, it all goes back. And then my own ways mixed in with it too, you know. And so me and my husband, we was talking, and I knew this about myself, but I always ask my husband, is there anything about me that you don't like? And if it is, what is it? Let me know, because while the relationship, the marriage is healthy, that is the time to say it instead of when you're mad with one another. Now you want to say, oh, you this, oh, you that. That ain't the time. Give me my time to get it right before we get to the point where we mad with one another, upset, and now you want to tell me some stuff. That's the wrong time to tell me. Tell me when I want to hear it. Don't tell me when we mad with one another what it is that you don't like. So he always tell me, Bay is nothing, Bay is nothing, Bay is nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. I'm like, okay, you know, nah. Me and my husband, we've been married for 6 years and together for 7. But he always told me there was nothing, there was nothing, there was nothing. Still do say there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing. But now that grandma isn't here, I have more time with my husband. He have more time with me. Good morning, Veronica. God knew his heart right. You right. He have more time with me. We have more time to look at one another to see what we like, what we don't like, what we love, what we don't love, what we need from one another. We have time to see one another. And so since grandma been gone, it's like I've been learning more and more. When you have people in the way of you in your relationship, in the middle, it's kind of hard. She's doing good. It's kind of hard for you to focus on the one that you need to focus on. And grandma was kind of like in the way, you know, not saying that it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying, like, you get what I'm saying? She was kind of like in the way because I'm married to my husband, but we wasn't putting in enough time with one another like we should, being husband and wife. And from the beginning of our marriage, all the way up until a couple months ago, my grandma has always been there since we got married. Me and my husband never had time to ourselves like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that I married my soulmate. I know that I did. I know that I married who God gave to me. God gave me him. Ain't no doubt about that. Ain't no doubt. And I thank God for our conversation because that we had, because just exactly how I think about him is how he think about me. I was, you know, I tell people that I know he's my soulmate for one because God gave him to me. I know God gave him to me. I can't explain or express to you in depth for you to understand how I know, but I could just tell you, and it's not for you to understand, it's just I know. And one of the ways that I know, my main way, is because he completes me. He completes me in areas where I need to be completed. Exactly, Antoinette. And that's how it was. In areas that I need to be completed. And we're going back to that wall that I told y'all that I have where I don't let people in. Y'all ring that doorbell for me. Hit the thumbs up, the like button. Thank y'all for coming up in here. Uh, in areas that I need to be completed, that's where he completes me. And like I said, we're gonna go back to that wall. That wall that I have built up from a childhood where to not trust people and not have friends and not be so sensitive and not let people in, and life is a bitch then you die, and family can't even be trusted, and if a person can't come visit you and call you, fuck them. That's all the things I've been told by my own father. My own father. Now my mama ain't never dish out none of that like that. Never. But not to bash her for anything, because I'm not, because my mom, she was a good mom too. Strict as hell, didn't play. But it does affect you too when you in a home and you don't hear your parents tell you that they love you. We didn't have that. I didn't get that. My parents didn't tell me that they loved me. They didn't, like normal kids get. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. And I remember mentioning that to my mama one time. And my mama said, my mama didn't even tell me that she loved me neither growing up. And she said that she guessed that's why she was like that. She didn't tell us. So that really have a big effect on me sometimes because by me having to live like that, it kind of makes me feel sometimes I don't know the correct way to love, you know? And it's true. Sad, but true. Because for one, I didn't get that. I didn't get that myself. I didn't get nobody to tell me that from my parents. I didn't get that from my parents. And so that's another reason why I feel like my husband completes me. Because it's like everything that I want for myself to be able to do, my husband showed me what it's like to be like that or to have that. My husband shows me what it's like to be friendly. My husband shows me what it's like to not be so mean. He shows me what it's like to love family. He shows me what it's like to love, you know, without even knowing that. He shows me all those things. And so we sat down and talked one day. And I told him how he completes me. And before I even came out my mouth, and was able to tell him all of that, he told me the same thing that I was feeling the way that he feel about me. That I complete him where I couldn't see where I complete him because I knew where he completed me. You know, I didn't know that I completed him. I just thought that he loved me enough and he felt like I was the one for him for whatever his reasons was, and we loved each other enough to know that okay, we want to get married, you know. But getting married is way more to it than just getting married to a person on paper, putting a ring on, saying I do. It's way more than that. It's like you're getting married to the soul of that person. If you feel me, you feel me. You marrying the soul of that person. You're not marrying the flesh. You're marrying the soul, who they really are. And you're not going to know that overnight who they really are. Because people hold things back unintentionally. They have ways about themselves that they may not even know. We both young and still growing. Our lives is constantly evolving as long as we want to evolve. We're two different people that has to connect like a Lego piece, like the hitch to a trailer, like the links to a chain. You know? So I believe that internet. Thank you for sharing that. So we trying to become one and connected and join ourselves together. Hey, Miss Meredith, like we supposed to be. And right, you have to really open yourself, open up yourself to them fully and completely. Right. You have to open yourself up fully and completely. And sometimes when I have to share certain things with my husband, and it's like, I want to tell him if I can't tell nobody else how I feel. I want to be able to share with him my inner thoughts if I can't share it with nobody else. I want for him to believe in me if nobody else believes in me. And sometimes, you hold things back because you're ashamed to share it. But this is my husband. I shouldn't feel ashamed, right? But that's not true because you have to work your way there. Just because you marry a person does not mean that, oh, my whole life has auto corrected itself. That does not mean that. There comes times in your life where you feel like what you want to share, that person may not be ready for it, to be able to receive it, to be able to understand where you're coming from, to be sensitive enough to how you feel, you know? And so until you feel that within yourself that, oh, I'm ready to take them this information now, to share it with them, to let them know that this is what's on my mind, or this is who I am, or this is what I'm dealing with, or you know what I'm saying? We have to find that comfort within ourselves first before we can go and take that information sometimes. And so that's what I find now with my husband. You know, when we had a talk, I told him, I said, I don't want to feel like I can't tell you anything. I want to be able to tell you everything. I want our marriage to also have a best friendship in it. Hey, Susie, like we have to be best friends, you know? And I told my husband, I was like, I know you by just watching you and knowing your ways and stuff like that. But still, I don't know you. I don't know you because we had a distraction for 6 years. Something in the way of us getting to know one another on levels that we need to know one another. So, yes, my husband, he did stop running the streets and stuff like that. And I thank God for that. But he is tied to his game, and that may be something that was his company. Like I say, grandma was my company. You know, I started dipping and dabbing in different little things to be company to me, to be entertaining to me. Because if my husband knew me well enough, he would know that's why I do that. I get into different stuff. So that let me know that he really didn't know me well enough to say, oh, maybe I need to take more time with her because she done started this other thing over here, this other hobby over here. She over here, doing this or she doing that. She just all kind of stuff. And a lot of times being a woman, we have a lot on our plate and we have a lot that we go through. And we suffer and deal with a lot of things that people don't know that we deal with. So in order to be able to cope, to stay focused, to remain faithful, we find something that strikes our attention and we get into it until we don't want to do it no more. I don't care if it's gardening, I don't care if it's shopping, I don't care if it's you doing something with your friends all the time. You get in the habit of wanting to spring clean. Right. That's the perfect word, Miss Meredith. You want to get in there and paint your house, work on something, remodel something if you know how, be crafty with certain things. It's just different stuff that we do, different stuff that we do to be able to cope. We're dealing with the fact that we need our spouse, but don't know how to tell them that, or if you do tell them that, they don't understand. And sometimes we don't even understand how badly we need that time, that conversation, that one on one. And so I told my husband that about me. And when I started this hobby here with nails and stuff, that I do really sincerely want it to take off and go somewhere, I never knew that my husband always thought that whenever I get into different things, it's just another thing. You know, I never knew that he thought that. And so when he told me that, it really did upset me and made me feel a certain type of way. And I'm like, you're not supportive of me, and you shouldn't think like that. And if I'm getting into something, you should have my back, regardless of if I'm in it and in it for a little while or in it for a long time. Like, regardless of what, you should be supportive. And he was like, babe, you do this all the time. You don't have to tell me I do this all the time. I know I do this all the time. But this time, this is something that I really want. You know, all those other times, I thought I wanted it and tried it, and I saw it wasn't for me, or I was just doing something because I was lonely. You can be lonely and married too at the same time, y'all, because a person don't understand how you need them, and sometimes you may not understand how you need your spouse. And so, like I said, it made me feel some type of way because he thought that. But when I broke it down to him and I explained it to him what it really is, he was like, oh, okay. So I also know something about my husband. And, you know, every day I'm learning more and more about him because now I have more time to just focus on him, who he is and stuff. And I always knew that my husband is very stubborn. He's very stubborn. Y'all was mentioning it yesterday on Susie for one. Uh, and y'all was mentioning, he's stubborn. My husband is very, very stubborn. Very, very stubborn. So with him being very stubborn, that makes me have to be very patient because I have a quick temper. And his stubbornness triggers my temper. And he don't understand that. And that's something that he have to work on himself. Whatever reason why he's stubborn, that's a topic for us to talk about. But for whatever reason why he's just so stubborn, he may need to think about that too. And also, my husband is very hard headed sometimes. Just sometimes. And he's so hard headed to the fact that he don't want you to tell him nothing. You can't tell him nothing. But I learned something about my husband yesterday. I learned that yes, my husband don't want you to tell him nothing. Yes, he is. I learned that he don't want you to tell him nothing. But one thing I always knew about my husband, and I saw this from the day that we started talking. And this is what one thing that I loved about him. My husband has always been the type of person that is willing to change, that's willing to learn. He's willing to grow. He's also willing to take advice. But he still don't like to listen. He is willing, but he don't like to listen. So they come back with one another when they come to him, because whenever you try to tell him something, he think that you telling him what to do for some reason. And I don't know why that is. But only thing that I can think of is he's a man for one. He's a man for one. And most of the time, men don't want to have to take their learnings or from a woman sometimes, especially they woman, because they want to be the one to know it all or be able to tell you or lead you, and not you leading them. So it kind of probably messed with him in that way, because he may feel like that I'm trying to lead him, but I'm only trying to lead him in the right direction and for whatever the best is, you know. And I don't know whatever may have happened that made him like that, but we don't have to talk about that. But I learned yesterday that my husband, he will take instruction, even though I say he don't like to listen. It's just how you deliver, how you tell him. It's how you tell him is what makes the difference. And I'm glad that I did that yesterday, because I see why y'all say that y'all could see a teacher in me. I saw that yesterday. I saw that yesterday. How y'all say that y'all can see a teacher in me. I couldn't see that in myself. But I know that I love to teach people stuff. I know that about me for a fact. That's why I love to do my cooking videos and stuff, because I can teach people stuff. I loved being around my little niece when she were having problems in school and stuff, because I was able to teach her stuff, teach her what she needed to learn in school and ways to learn it. Because one thing about a lot of people is they don't have patience. And people have different ways of learning. Everybody don't learn the same. So, however you may try to teach a person that is really smart but don't know everything, compared to teaching a person that may not be as smart and need a little bit more help, I have a lot of patience for those people that's like that, because I'm one of them. I'm one of them. And so when you're trying to teach someone something that's like that, you have to have patience with them. You have to be understanding to the way of their learning. Just like you have hands on people, and some people, Hazel, I just get in there. um, but some people are hands on, and some people you could just tell it to them and they catch on like that. And so I am the hands on. I am a visual learner. You have to show me. And when you show me, thank you, Tiny Twist. And when you show me, I get it just like that. And if I need little help, it just be something to help me like really grasp it. And then after I need the help, I got it. You ain't got to show me no more, cause I got it now. But if you try to tell it to me, yeah, this what you do right there, and then you go over here, and then you do that, and then you do, or you make this turn right here, then you go to, oh, you do that right there. Like, I don't know what the hell you talking about. You don't have to show me. Send me a picture or something. Write it down, take a picture, honey. Something. And my husband, he's the opposite of me. My husband, if you tell him, see, he have his own ways of learning himself about him. And I know that. And so he's the type of person, since he have his certain ways of learning, when you just tell it to him, he get it. And I love that about him because I be wanting to be that type. If you tell me something, I want to be able to get it. The only thing he have to do is sit and just listen. And he got it. My husband don't need instructions to put together a grill. He don't need instructions a lot of times for nothing. It's almost like he could be handy in a way, and just he's just so damn lazy. I ain't gonna call him. He's lazy at home. He's not lazy at work, but he's so lazy to where he don't want to do the handy things. And I'm so traditional in a way because of I guess because of the year I was raised and the way that I was raised by my parents. You know what I'm saying? I'm so traditional in a way. I feel like a man have certain things that they should be doing just as well as a woman have certain things that they should be doing. And I also feel like not outside the home, but as also for the wife, you know. And like I tell my husband, I may not mention to him what I want him to do a lot of times, but a lot of times things that I want him to do for me, or whenever I do those certain things for you, I'm showing you what I want. So I'm expecting you to just grab a hold of what I do. If you say that you're not the romantic type and I am romantic, and when I do romantic for you, things for you, that is the time for you to sit back and pay attention at what I'm doing for you. That way, whenever you get ready to do something for me, I don't kind of like taught you, run this bath water, do this to the water, light some candles, you know, and all the good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Wait, I am missing something here. It sounds like your husband set in his ways. Only to a certain extent. He's set in his ways to a certain extent. Because, like I said, he is open and willing for change and to better himself, but he's hard headed. And I said that he's hard headed and don't like to listen and stubborn. And that combats with him being that type of person that is willing to change, is willing to do better, is willing to elevate. He's willing, but that stubbornness and that, I guess it might be that little part that's his little ways where he's set. It, like I said, it's either you're gonna have to wanna do one or just be set. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to wanna listen or be set. You're gonna have to wanna grow or be set. And a piece of him has that want, is what I'm telling you. He has that want. But he's also he is set. Because I could tell him how he is and then he'll say, well, that's my ways. I ain't changing it. Now his ways, he'll tell you he ain't changing his ways. He'll say, I know who I am. I know what I like. And that's what I love about him. That's what I love. Because he knows who he is. He knows what he likes. He knows what he going for. He knows what he ain't going for. He knows that he gonna speak his mind. He knows that he is very vocal. He knows that he has no filter. And he's not gonna change that for nobody. It don't matter who likes it or not. Auntie, mama, grandma, nobody. He knows that he's that type of person that is going to speak his mind. He's that type of person that he don't care what the next person thinks. He's going to do him. That's why he do him and don't care what y'all think. But see, me on the other hand, I do me. I am me. But at the same time, I think about other people too. I think about if I say a certain thing, what a person would, you know what I'm saying? How I may affect them with what I be done said, even though I be done spoke my mind, but I'm always thinking of not hurting no one's feelings, making a person feel a certain type of way, uh, being misunderstood. When him, on the other hand, he don't think about all that. And Miss Hazel, I know that. I know that. That is one of the easiest ways to. But let me tell you something about that. And let's be real, Miss Hazel. When you do that to a person that is stubborn and you put them on punishment, sometimes they know they on punishment. Well, they know they be on punishment. And they also know you. And so they gonna do right until they get off punishment. And when they get off punishment, they go back to themselves. And that's a fact. So, like I also told my husband, I tell you things that I don't like about you, and I expect you to tell me things about me that you don't like. That way I can change and work on that. Because I want to know. A lot of times we can't see things about ourselves that other people on the outside can see. But it's all about your delivery. How you tell a person about themselves without making them feel a certain type of way. I'm always sensitive to people feelings, how they feel. That's why I call myself a people pleaser. That's why I call myself that. Because I'm so worried about how a person may feel or how they're going to receive what I have dished out to the point where I don't want to be misunderstood. And my husband, he tell me, he be like, you got to stop being like that. You just got to just say what's on your mind, mean what you say. And then, like I told him, it's like, I don't know how to say what's on my mind sometimes without being angry when I really say what's on my mind. But I learned something about myself when I told him that. The reason why, whenever I say things that's on my mind and I say it with anger, it's because I'm the type of person that holds stuff in until I get mad. And when I get mad, everything that I be wanting to say comes out. And it been from however long ago. But I just held it in. Because one thing about me is I'm not the nagging type. And that's what my husband love about me is that I'm not the nagging type. I can't stand the nagging that just just complains about everything. Always just yang 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 yang. Why you did this and why you did that and I don't like this and I don't like that and you said this and even when I don't like it, I learned to just hold it in, brush it off because I'm not mad enough to speak my mind. But when I really get mad, sometimes it only takes the smallest little thing that really makes me just blow up and just go crazy. And I just, just be saying all kind of stuff. And it's just because of everything I have held in. That's the reason why. my blow ups be so extreme to the little bit of nothing because I hold stuff in. Yeah. And so with my husband, I had mentioned this to him. See, my husband, he ain't got no filter. And he don't care how it make you feel with what he say. Because my husband mean what he say, but not to hurt your feelings. He just means what he say. He's gonna say what he means. And however you take it, that's on you. That is on you. And I love that. I love that about him. I do. That's why I say he completes me in areas. His ways that he has sometimes, it's like, I want that. I want that. I need that for me, but just don't know how to be like that. Don't have it in my heart to be like that because sometimes I be feeling like that. That's just mean to just say what you just want to say. But his delivery, it don't be negative. My delivery, I mean, it don't come off aggressive. His delivery don't come off aggressive. And one thing about my husband, he's not the aggressive type, and I am. I am. I'm aggressive. Right. You'll never already know, Miss Hazel. How long do you feel like you need to date a person before you actually know them? Can y'all answer that question? How long do you feel like you need to date a person before you know them? A person only gonna tell you what they want you to know. A person is only gonna let you see what they want you to see. You can't put no years on that. You can't. I don't care. You got to think about what y'all seeing. 6 years, 1 year, 2 years, 3 months, 6 months, 7 years. You're not going to know everything about a person because sometimes people don't know themselves. They don't know themselves. People have to like me. That's why I'm so understanding to people because people I'm very understanding when it comes to people. I'm very not the one that pick a side or want to say, "Oh yeah, you right," or that person wrong. Like I like to see both ways. You only know what you know. Majority of people don't stay the same. Right. They don't. Nobody stays the same. Nobody. How can you just stay the same? How do you stay the same? You have certain ways about you that stays the same, maybe. But you as a person, as an individual, can't stay the same. If they're trying to hide something about themselves, that's the thing about my husband. Like, with the way that he is, I'm not going to say it's nothing that he's trying to hide. Right. I'm not trying to say it's nothing that he's trying to hide, but there could be some things about him that he could be hiding. And who's to say that, oh, we supposed to been dating for 12 years before we decided to go on and before I figure out what's everything about him that he's hiding. No ma'am. Y'all gotta be realistic. You have to be realistic. Like I said, you have to really be fully comfortable with yourself to be able to tell whatever it is to your spouse. You have to be really it starts with yourself first. I don't care whatever it is that I wanted to have to say to him, I have to be comfortable with myself first to be able to tell him whether it's good or bad. So let's just say if we dated those 6 years and didn't even move in with one another for the 6 years that we dated. You would know if you shack up with him for a while. Hold on. And see that I was just gonna go there. You never know until you move in with a person how they is, some of their ways. Because when y'all ain't staying together, it's a lot of things that you wouldn't know about a person not living with them. But when you live with them, you learn a lot more. But you still wouldn't know everything. You still wouldn't know everything. All of that is going to have to take time. It takes effort. It takes wanting to get to know and all of that. And one thing that I did not want to do, and one thing that I did not want to do anymore after me and my husband started dating and I started seeing who he was and how he was and his ways and just that love in his heart. And I just started seeing these things in him, right? The main things that drew me to him was I saw how loving he was. I saw the God in him that he don't even see in himself. I saw his potential. I saw that want in him to change, to grow, to have, to be somebody. I saw that family in him. I saw all those things. I saw how he don't mind doing for you. I saw how he wants to take care of his woman. Right. That's right. That's right. And that's how I feel. I feel just like that, Be Petty. I feel just like that. This is why in traditional marriage vows, it states for better or worse. True. You're saying yes to the person you're in love with that day, as well as the person you or your spouse may become. Exactly. For better or worse. good or bad, rich or poor, sickness and health, all of that, all of that, friendships, all of that. Right, right. So listen, perfect example, internet. Uh, Parents, you raised the child up, been living with you forever, finally split and go their own way. Parents say, I know my child. Miss Hazel, let's go back. We said that you'll get to know a person. Maybe you should date them a certain amount of time. You'll get to know a person more before you marry them. Parents is married to their children and bondage. You know, bloodline. That's my child, your child. However, good parents. Good parents. Because I know somebody's going to disagree because their parents weren't there. I'm not talking about that. But for the ones that was good parents, raised them up, did what they're supposed to do. You know your child, but you don't know your child. You really don't. Because you knowing your child, raising them as a mother, is not the same as you knowing your child outside of parenting. Your child is a whole different person than you're raising. Their girlfriend, their wife, their significant other is going to know them eventually better than you being the parent, because your child is going to act or do certain things around you because you are the parent. So you may know, yeah, my child have an attitude, yeah, my child act this way, yeah, my child act that way. My child don't listen, my child's stubborn, my child got this ways, my child got those ways, my child is good or my child is bad. But sometimes those parents that think that those children was the good children really wasn't good children. They were just good around you. So now let's go back to those years. You have raised them children, and them children have been in your life for what, 18 to 21 years old, and maybe even longer. 21 years of raising, but you still don't know your child. 6 years of dating, you still won't know your husband. You still won't know your spouse. Now it makes sense. Who are you to say, "Oh, we dating now, or we married now"? Now you got to tell me everything. Everything, no uncovering nothing. I want to know every single thing about you from beginning to the end, to the this, to the that, to the deep down and within. Who's to say? You know? So that's not realistic when you say that, oh, you should date a person for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, so you'll know who they are. That's not realistic. That just sounds good to make you feel good, but that's not realistic. You can be with a person for 10 years and don't even know them. You got to think about when people end up passing away and you found out things that you never even knew, and you thought you knew that person. So many secrets they hide, but you thought you knew that person. Children be on the outside coming on in, but you thought you knew that person. They never told you. You'll never know unless they want to be open enough to share that. But you have to give that person that time to want to get there. You have to be encouraging enough and understanding enough and patient enough for them to be able to open up. See, that's what people don't want to do. People want to be so quick to jump to conclusions about, oh, if if you can't start doing this today, then we ain't gonna be together next month. One thing about it, just because you want something for somebody does not mean that they're ready for what you want for them. They have to be ready to change themselves. They have to want that for themselves in order for them to want what you want. It don't matter how bad you want, how much you cry, how much you talk about it. That's not gonna make them want it. Hold on, y'all. Don't go nowhere. Exactly. All right. See, Miss Hazel, I love that you're saying the things that you're saying because it helps me to be able to open minds. Miss Hazel, you said maybe counseling will help some people do that these days. Counseling. If a person, it's going to have to take two for counseling, or however many that's involved for counseling. But let's just say you're ready for the counseling. You know that you need counseling. Y'all need to do something to work on your marriage. Like I just said, that person have to want the better, the change. They're going to have to want to do that. So regardless of sitting down in front of a counselor, for one, you have to be comfortable. It starts with yourself. You have to be comfortable enough to want to share what's within you, how you feel, what's on your mind, what you want to get out. You have to. You have to. It don't matter. Y'all could be done took counseling, but you on one page, he's on another. You see something wrong, he don't see nothing wrong. Y'all done sat there together, done talk with the counselor. Oh, I see where the counselor coming from. But is that person ready to receive it? Is that person ready to change? It all comes with the readiness. You got to be ready. Got to be ready. It'll put a lot of things out on Front Street for them to know that you feeling counseling is nothing but a mediator. That's all counseling is. It's a mediator. You can sit there and talk to a counselor, and the same thing that you don't went and paid a counselor for is the same thing that you be done said. It's the same thing you be done said. If bless you, Jesus. If that person isn't ready to receive it, what was the counseling for? To open their eyes? Thank you. Are we doing the counseling just to open their eyes up for them to know? The reason why a person feel like they need a counselor is because let me be honest. I felt like that maybe me and my husband needed one, right? Because I want for him to not be stubborn so bad. He's so stubborn, but I want for him not to be stubborn so bad. I felt like we need to sit down with somebody so I can just explain to him how he really is, and maybe he would listen with me sitting right there with someone. It's certain things. The same thing I sat down and I talked to him about, and I felt like we needed a counselor for. It's all based upon your delivery. You have to know how to be sensitive to the other person's feelings. You have to understand how your partner or that person is going to receive what it is that you're saying. You have to be gentle when telling somebody something that you really want them to know or grasp or understand. That's it. That's it. It's going to take you, them, and God. Counselors ain't God. Counselors is mediators. There's someone that's in the middle where if that other person is over here disagreeing with what you are saying, they is there to say, wait, no, listen, let them finish, let them talk. Then you can say what you want to say after. Don't be so quick to jump in and just uh interrupt. Don't be so quick to disagree. I see where you're coming from. This is what she's saying. This is what he is saying. This is what she is asking you. This is what he is asking you. This is what she wants. Now that I've heard what you said, let me explain to him what you mean. Now that I heard what he said, let me explain to her what you mean. Let's put these together and come with a happy medium. This is where you two need to start. We could have did that at home with patience, with time, with understanding, a calm setting, open minds, with God in the middle. Put God in the middle. Put God first. Put God first. Pray, baby. I want to sit down and talk to you today or Tuesday about something. Thank God for my friend Hawatha because, I call her and I talk to her about a lot of stuff. She knows a lot. She knows a lot about, how I feel and stuff. And she was like, sometimes when you're talking to a guy and you want to sit down and have y'all a little chat or whatever, sometimes you just can't just go to that man and be like, oh babe, we need to talk. Because there's millions of things that's racing through their mind when you say, oh, let's just talk. A lot of times a man be like, oh, this finna be bad. And so now they already 100 days in construction in their mind and in their hearts, building, ready for whatever finna come towards them. And so by them building like that, it's like now they have it's like now there's a guard there to protect them whenever they're going to disagree with something that you're going to say, instead of them being open minded and receiving what you're saying, your feelings, and everything that you're saying. God first. Maybe before your day starts, join hands and pray every morning. Prayer does work. Prayer does work. But sometimes that don't happen. So that's a good idea though. And whenever you want to sit down and have you a deep conversation with your spouse, I feel like before y'all go into that conversation, start it off with prayer. That way, you don't put God up in there. That way, your spouse can see, okay, this finna be an open topic, but God is here. We wanted to pray so that God can be in the midst of this topic, and maybe they will be more open minded to what it is that you want to tell them, because y'all done prayed about it first. Pray that God give them understanding, give us understanding. Pray that God give us understanding of one another. For one, be open minded and be sensitive to one another's feelings. So that way, when you start talking and when they do disagree, instead of having that guard up and don't want to listen, their mind is now open to hearing you, to understanding you, to feeling where you're coming from. And so when I was When I was in the kitchen cooking with my husband yesterday, my focus was on entertainment. That was my focus at first. It was my focus. Entertainment. This would be entertaining to y'all. This is something that y'all would like to see. But also my focus and the main reasoning was to teach my husband how to cater to me and to cook. Because if he learned to cook, he can learn to cater to me in that area, you know, just as well as I do for him. I cater to him, but I also cater to him with my food too, right? So I want that same thing from him. I'm willing to teach him, but oh really? Oh wow. And you know what, Miss Gigi? I pray that there is nothing but that's weird. No, that's not weird. I'm thankful that you had that dream because one thing about me, dreams have meanings. Dreams have meanings. God gives me dreams just as well as God talked to me. And I used to talk to somebody on here. I did. And I felt comfortable talking with her because I felt like she listened to me. She wasn't so quick to judge. And she was almost like a grandma to me. And sometimes I miss her. I ain't gonna lie. But anyway, I ain't finna go into that. I ain't gonna go into that. But yeah, um, I used to share with her my dreams. When in one of the dreams I thought of that I shared with her, y'all, it was so weird at the time. And I do understand why they say that you shouldn't take your dreams literally, you know? But that doesn't mean that nothing's about to happen. And let me explain to you. So I'm y'all just bear with me, okay? I know I be all over the place. I'm just one of those kind of people where I just jump conversations, but I do like to talk about serious stuff, but one thing lead to the next, and I jump back to something else, which be the example, then I go back over here, then I'm just all over the place. So just follow me. Um, I had this one dream, and I thought about this last night about this dream that I had. So the dream that I had was, I want to say for like, I had two of these same dreams, but this one in particular I remember, but they was back to back. I want to say different weeks or maybe different months. Hey Shauna, I'm glad y'all like it because I'm actually really for real, being 100% me and transparent. So yeah, I thank God for one. Even though I may not be where I need to be in God, but I love the Lord. And I know He talked to me. I know He shows me things. I know He gives me dreams. I know I have a purpose. My aunt even made me see with my purpose, I am actually in the perfect place. The perfect place. Hey, Miss Lucille, because I have an audience to be able to talk to people about God, you know? And so that's why one of the reasons why I'm thankful for my platform, because I can come on here and tell people about God and how He has worked in my life. And so, for one, I thank God for choosing me to be one of His servants, for trusting me and to give me dreams, for knowing me well enough to know that I try to understand Him and His reasoning. I try to understand God and His reasoning for why He do the things that He do, allow things to happen when they happen in my life, why I've dreamed, whatever I've dreamed, whatever. And every time God gives me a dream, 100% of the time, it reveals itself. Every time. Every time. And so, this one dream that I had, I was staying over in the other house. And so, for those of you that know that I've been around that long, I ended up having to move out my house, not because I got kicked out, because I was renting at the time. Not because got kicked out, but because the owner, the realtor, sold our house while we were still staying there. And y'all remember, for those of you that may remember, I said that whenever the people was coming in to look at the house and was trying to buy the house, I was trying to tell them enough that was wrong with it to make them not want it. Right, Miss Meredith. Always, always, Tracy. So I was always trying to tell them stuff to make them not want the house. Now, I've always wanted to uh, have a home of my own, but I was also scared, to go into it because going back to my childhood, my mama always told me, don't get no house if you don't know how to fix on it, or you don't know nobody that know how to fix on stuff like that, because that's a big responsibility. My mama always told me, don't get no credit cards because that don't do nothing but mess up your credit. Don't get no checkbooks because that don't do nothing but mess up your credit. Don't do this or don't do that. Not knowing that, I held on to those things that she said until one day I met this lady that I used to work with. God rest her soul. She left her family at the age of 15 and got on a bus and went to New York. Whatever bus that was that took them to New York, because I don't think it was a Greyhound, or maybe it was a Greyhound, but she always just said it was a bus. And it took them to New York to go work. Which she was underage, but they didn't know that she was underage. And she had a child. But she left her son behind with her mother to take care of him. But eventually, as she got older, she did come back to get him or something like that. But anyway, she told me about how her family was and stuff like that. They came from that small town, and nobody really wanted to have anything. Nobody really wanted to grow. Nobody really was encouraging and stuff like that. And so I used to talk to her a lot about car situations, like a lot of relationships, everything. And she was like, Tiana, you need to get you some credit. And I told her everything that my mom used to say, to the reason why I was scared to do any of those things that would help me with my credit. And anytime I bought anything, I always paid cash for it, cars and all. I always did. If I had my first car that I ever had, my mom, she bought it, because that was for the both of us, our transportation. But after my mom and I got on my own, my very first car that I got, I went to a smaller lot and I paid on it for a little bit. And then next thing you know, when I got my income taxes, I just paid it all off. So everything I ever owned, I always paid cash for, to keep from having to pay somebody for it. All right, then, Gigi, you have a good one. Thank you for sharing your dream with me too. But you got to come back after 2 hours and 10 minutes. when you come back, so you'll know what I'm gonna say about the dream. But you have a good day with the kids. But so anyway, she was like, so she the one taught me about the older lady. She the one taught me about credit. And I had wanted for her to help me get a car and co-sign with me one time because we went to go look for um me a car. She took me to look for me a car. And I had wanted for her to co-sign with me because I didn't have enough credit to stand on my own. I worked the job, but I didn't have enough credit to stand on my own. And she told me no. My mama wouldn't co-sign with me. And after my mom wouldn't co-sign with me, I didn't ask nobody else. And so she told me what to do. She said, I'm not going to co sign with you because this is what the lady said. She said, I'm not going to co sign with you because whenever that you get something on your own, you learn the responsibility of it. You learn to cherish it even more. And you appreciate the fact that you put in the work for it. I didn't understand it at the time. But so she said, this is what you need to do. She said, whenever they send you a credit card in the mail, it don't matter what the interest is or whatever it is for that credit card. Get that credit card, use it in moderation, and pay that bill on time. So when so that's what I did. And then she said, you also can go and get you a piece of furniture, make payments on it, or take out you a loan and make payments on it. So the first thing I did was try the loan. I think the loan is probably what led those credit cards to coming in. The loan one for nothing but a couple $100, like maybe $300 to $500, something like that. But once I had got that money, I was like, I didn't like this feeling because it's like I'm paying on something that I don't already spent. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like that feeling of getting a loan. I did that one time and that was it. I was like, no, that's not for me. I can't be out here getting loans because, I don't spend that money up. I don't want to be making no payments on something that I don't already spend the money on. So when I paid the loan off, I didn't get no more loans. But the next thing you know, now my credit cards started rolling in. So the first credit card that came was Capital One. I had me a Capital One card. Wait, was it Capital One? Capital One or somebody else? But either way, however it works, I had like a little. I had like a little. No, matter of fact, my first one was Wells Fargo. I take that back. And I forgot the name of that card, but you had to put your own money on that card. And I had put $500 on that card, and that was my credit card limit. So from there, that's when my credit started growing. I didn't like that neither because I don't know why I didn't like that. Probably because the limit wasn't that big or something. But so then after that, that's when the credit cards started coming in. Chase, Chase, I think was the first one. Chase Slate was the first credit card. That's what it was. And then after Chase was Capital One. And so I finally took me a credit card and started building my credit from there. And in the beginning, my credit was only $25. And every time I use my card, I pay the bill, go use it again, keep paying my bill every month. But didn't know that the more and more you use that card, the more and more you use off that card, the higher and higher the bill gets. So even with spending $200 and $300 off the card, My bill was a number $25. So I thought that it didn't matter no matter how much I spent off that card, my bill was only going to be $25. Not knowing that it was going to continue to increase. So that's how you start getting yourself in debt, not understanding how the card works. And I am in a little debt right now, but I still pay my bills. I still pay what I can pay, which my minimum due, or if I want to add extra, I still pay it. And so that's why I say, I pray to the Lord that He just bless me with, for one, just bless me with enough money to just pay those credit cards off, to be able to get myself out that debt. Because now I understand how it works. My credit is still over 7. Proud of myself. Credit is still over 7. But it's like the longer and longer you pay into a card, it does bring your credit down too. So that's why I want to be able to just pay that off so I can start over fresh with my credit, because now I know what to do. Experience is your best teacher. And I know what to do now. And not only do I know what to do, I was able to tell other people, my brother, his wife, my sister, my mama, her boyfriend, my husband. I've taught people what from my mistakes, what I know about credit, to help them. So, anywho, this same woman that taught me about credit is the same woman that taught me about shacking up. So she knew that she knew about a bad relationship that I had with this particular guy that I told y'all about. And nobody liked him. Shit, I didn't even like him. I just felt sorry for him. Hey, Miss Laverna. Hey, Kay and Ray. I just felt sorry for him. And I felt more like a mother or a nurturer to him than a girlfriend. Because I was more, because you know how when you love somebody, but you love them because you care so much about their well-being. That's what it was with me, with him. I cared about his well-being, not so much that I was just in love with him. It was just his well-being. I didn't want to see him homeless nor hungry. When I put him out, we broke up, fought and broke up, sent him on his way to his mama house, whatever. I still used to take him food to eat, just to know that he had food to eat. I did that. So it was more like a nurturer. But she taught me about the times that when she was young and and she used to love to say, she used to like to ride and get high, drive, travel and stuff, and get high. And she used to make her own clothes. So she was always different from the rest. And when she said get high, I used to think about, like a high, but she used to call drinking high. She used to like to have her liquor in her glove compartment, wide open, with it just sitting there while she traveling, going to see whoever she was going to see, wherever she was going. And there's one particular time she was going to see this man that was way older than her, and he just took her out and bought her whatever she wanted, and they did whatever she wanted to do and all of that, but she didn't have sex with him. And she said the reason why she had sex with him, because she had learned, or must have told herself, that she wasn't going to be shacking up with no man. So no man never really stayed with her besides her husband. At a young age, she had already bought her own house, worked two jobs. When she got old enough, she retired from one of those jobs and was still working, getting full retirement. And that's true, Tracy. And so she told me, she said, Tiana, God can't bless mess. She said, I know you in those relationships and stuff like that, but that's not your husband. God can't bless that mess. And shacking up with a man and all kind of stuff like that is not what you should be doing. I ain't getting no attitude when she said it because I knew I was still shacking up with a man. But I listened. This came from I tell y'all, I love my old people. This lady to me was a friend to me, but she didn't want me to call her friend because she was so much older than me. She was older than my grandma. 2 years, actually 2 years older than my grandma. And that was my friend. So this lady right here, she told me, when she told me not to be shacking up, I listened. I took that in. A great mentor, right? Hey, Miss Cheryl. I took that in and I was like, you know what? I admired her for giving me that information because all my life, only thing I ever seen from my parents is shacking. My mom and my daddy was together for 19 years and they shacked, never got married. So hearing her say what she said, it opened my mind to doing the right thing. Right, Miss Cheryl. And so after that, that's when I had said that I wasn't gonna be shacking up with no man no more. Now, I was already never the type to like to bounce from one relationship to another, because I'm just not that whole kind of girl. You know what I'm saying? I always wanted something to myself of my own family, my own husband, my man. Don't like to switch in and out of relationships like draws because that shit ain't fun. And that ain't for everybody. I'm not out to be with a man for his money or to take care of me or for his cars or for everything that he got that's gonna benefit me. I'm not her. And so when she told me that, I cherished that information and I used that when I met my husband. I did. I used that. When I met my husband, see me and my husband, we wasn't like friends like that, but we knew each other because I hung out with his mama, played cards with her at their house. My mama hung out with him. You know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all, me and my mama like this. And when my mama went, I went. When my mama went, I went. My mama, I was always in her footsteps. But my mama never treated me now growing up like a friend. Don't get that mistaken. She never did. Right. And so when I got with my husband, I had these certain things that I wanted to go by. And the things that he said to me, I made him stick to. Because you're not going to be around here just selling me dreams and telling me things that you know that I want to hear, and we're going to be cool. I wasn't going to go for that because you get older, you get wiser, not dumber. And some people, we ain't even going to say that, but you get older and wiser. You learn from your mistakes. You don't make mistakes to have to keep making them the same mistakes over and over again. Eventually, you learn from your mistakes. You're making them for a reason. You're making them to learn from them, not to keep doing it, not to keep being in and out of dead end relationships, not to, you know what I'm saying? So you learn to grow, to get better. But some people don't see that. That's why I say I am a seeker. I am a seeker of God. I've always been a seeker. So when me and my husband we started talking heavy and stuff, trying to get to know one another, he was like, "Babe, I wanna have a family." He wanted kids, still want kids. My husband loved kids. He wanted to be married. He wanted to be settled down. And I know we was talking yesterday, and I was like, "You changed because of me." I ain't saying that my husband fully changed his stuff because of me. He changed for him as well. But I feel like I had something to do with that change too, where he don't see it. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is for him to know that he wanted to settle down with me, marry me, he knew who I was. He knew what he had found. He knew what he had. And in order to have that, have me, be with me, relationship, all that, he couldn't continue to want to be that same person that he was. Because he knew that I never tried to pursue him, for one, at first because I was in a relationship, and then for two, because I always looked at him like he was a hoe. Always. I'm like, "You ain't nothing but a hoe." That's all I used to tell him. "You ain't nothing but a hoe. Ain't nobody finna be mess with no hoe." And he used to always tell me that ain't no hoe, ain't no hoe. And I do believe him. I just say it because, just to mess with him. I do believe him. I believe that he wasn't really a hoe like that, even though that's how I thought. But now, every time I mention it and talk to him and say that to him, and he always tell me, "No, that's just what you thought," I believe him. I believe him because, like he said, I had just judged the book by the cover. I didn't really know him like that. I just know what I used to always see. And, you know, my husband, he had a lot of women as friends. For friends, compared to most guys, they would have more guys as friends. But my husband, he had women friends too, probably too many of them, you know. And so, most of them that probably what they just was. But see, me being on the outside looking and seeing him, and kind of like he catching my eye every time I saw him, and kind of like crushing, and you know what I'm saying, and all of that right there. Every time he came through his mom with them doors, even though my boyfriend was sitting right next to me, and funny but true, my boyfriend at the time, he used to accuse me of my husband. But my boyfriend, he was that jealous type, possessive, and all of that at that time that I was dating. He was jealous and possessive. So those type of people, they accuse you of everybody. But my husband is mainly one of them that he accused me of. And I never held a real conversation with him. Never. I spoke or we sat and played cards against one another at the table, but I never gave my boyfriend at the time any impression that I kind of was eyeing him in a way, crushing and stuff in a way. Every time I seen him, he ain't had no clue at all. And I know he ain't had no clue because, like I said, he accused me of everybody. He accused me of his cousin. And his cousin was dating my cousin. And he accused me of his daddy. He accused me of anybody. So for him to accuse me of him, and then he ends up being my husband, it's kind of weird. But, it did happen. So, what were I finna say? Oh yeah, so back to my husband. When he told me that he wanted a family, when he wanted to be married, when he wanted to be settled down, when, he was done running the streets and stuff like that, I made him stick to what he was saying. You ain't finna just sell me no dreams, and I'm finna go for it. I done been there. I have done that. Got my certificate and a badge, a plaque, and all that, and it's wearing it. Got experience. You ain't finna play with me like that. Don't play with me. And so when we first started dating, right, I think he wanted to test the waters. Whenever you get in a relationship with somebody, you always going to be put to a test. It don't matter who you with. You're going to be put to a test, I feel. Because I look at relationships sometimes like it's a game. Sometimes. Until you get, all the time. Until you get serious. It be's a game. Because y'all two different people, and you one way, but that person that you with is another way. And so you testing that person to see, if I do this, what they gonna do. If I do that, what they gonna do. If I say this, what they gonna do. If I stay out all night, what they gonna do. So let me just be the woman that I am and say this, because I can't say for the men because I'm a woman. When you allow a man to constantly test you like that and you do nothing, you're showing him what you're going to do. And so he, in his mind, say, oh, I stayed out past, you know what I'm saying, too late or whatever. Not saying no curfew or nothing like that, because me and my husband ain't got no curfew. That right there, you shouldn't have to have no curfew when you with somebody and they love you. It's about respect. I ain't got to say, baby, you know you're supposed to be in the house before 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning. He have to already want to do that because he respect me enough not to be out at that hour. You see what I'm saying? So we don't need no curfews like we some children. That's some children shit. We don't need no curfews. So anyway, um, when you, but yeah, the man will test you. So if he come in late and let's just say you ain't say nothing that time, he gonna do it again because he's gonna think that, oh, she ain't said nothing, maybe this all right. So now he do it again. This time you just fuss. You got to think about this. Are you the fussing type? Or are you the type that takes stuff in and hold it, and when you get mad, then you release it? So you're not a nagger. You either going to be a nagger or you ain't a nagger. Which one are you? So let's just say if you're a nagger, he knows you're a nagger. He leave out, come back in past the hour. Now, this time, you fuss. You know that you were wrong for going out and you should have been back home at this time. And all that you saying. Did you deliver it in a way that you meant what you said? Thank you, Miss Cheryl. Did you deliver it in a way that you meant what you said for him to understand that you meant what you said? Because if you just delivered it in a way like it just made you mad because he stayed out too late, be like, oh, see, they learn you in that way. They want to learn you in that way so they know when they mess up what you gonna do. And they know if she only gonna fuss if I stay out this late, I could take the fussing because that's all she gonna do and gonna hush. You know what I'm saying? And when I do it again, that's all she's gonna ever do is just fuss. So they learn to build them a mute button on your ass. Cause you can fuss all you wanna fuss. Cause that's all you gonna do. That's all you mean is just fussing in their mind. You know what I'm saying? But when you tell him how it makes you feel, see, let me say that. When you tell him how it makes you feel when he do that, and you feel like you being disrespected when he do that, then now you let him know where your mind is at and what level you really on. You see what I'm saying? Oh, maybe she care about me. I ain't gonna do that no more because I don't want to hurt her like that. If you got that kind that want to see you in that way, think like that. You let them cheat. Depends on what it is. I feel like sometimes cheating is excusable, and I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like it's excusable sometimes because in the beginning, and I'm only saying in the beginning. I ain't saying all the time. I ain't saying after y'all get established and all of that right there. But in the beginning, Sometimes a man, and like I said, I am only going to speak about the man because I'm not a man to be able to speak for a man. So, in the beginning, when a man goes and cheat, sometimes I feel like that be their way to see if they ready for what they got, or if this over here is still what I want to do. And you find out that they cheat, and now you just sit there and fuss them out or whatever. Just fuss. Sometimes just fussing ain't enough. You have to really let a person know how you feel, how that affected you in a way for you to get to them so that they'll know how it really made you feel. Let me just say that. And if that person cared enough, you will begin to notice a change because they're like, oh, I don't want to do her like this. I ain't gonna treat her like that. That was wrong with me. I know that I was just, you know what I'm saying? I was just trying to see whatever, whatever. But whether he tell you or not that he's sorry for, what he did or whatever, you're gonna be able to notice that change if he want to change. So that's why I say when you dating, it's more like a game because he's trying to test you. He's testing you. You're testing him. He's doing things to see what you're going to do, and you're doing things to see what he's going to do. And it's just like a lot of times, sometimes, if you're not careful, those little things that y'all do can become tit for tat. He did this, so I'm gonna do that. He said this, so I'm gonna say that. He hurt my feelings, so I'm gonna hurt his feelings. He cheated on me, so I'm gonna cheat on him. I done been in a relationship before, and these men ain't did nothing but use me, so I'm gonna use him. Can't do that. You can't do that. Not when you want to be serious. You can't be doing that little tit for tat stuff. You can't be trying to test the waters to see what you can and can't get away with. You can't be trying to do stuff to him because he made you feel a certain type of way so he could see how you felt. If you can't sit down and talk to him and tell him how it made you feel, and he understood and cared, you ain't gonna be able to tell him till he ready. And just because you ready don't mean he gonna be ready. So, with that being said, my husband told me what he was ready for. And I wasn't going to settle for anything less than that. And when we first started dating and we was out testing the waters and he was testing the waters and stuff, I didn't really have no waters to test because I knew what I wanted and what I saw and what I expected of him. So he tested the waters and he was like, I think that I want to just be what he said, I think I just want to be single for a little while because I ain't never experienced being single and stuff like that. And I was like, no, I think no, not single. He wanted to do what he wanted to do for a little while. He wanted to be free to do what he wanted to do for a little while because he ain't never been free. He was always in a relationship and stuff. And like I told him, when you came into this, you knew what you wanted. And while you in it, you gonna do what you said. If you saying that you want to be free, free means free me, not just free yourself. Free me too. So if you can't free me, you gonna do what you said. You said that you want a wife, we're gonna work towards that. You said that you wanted kids, we're gonna work towards that. But I didn't choose you because you said that you wanted to be free. I chose you because of what I saw and what you told me. And that's how I chose you, you know? And so when he saw I was for real about that, oh my baby had done stepped his game up. He was like, I see she ain't going. See, it was just only a test to see what I would do. If I would have rolled with it, sometimes what you allow is what they gonna do. So if I would have rolled with that, that's the kind of boat we would have been on. We would have been on a I probably would have been on a boat of cheating and all kind of stuff like that with him. But see, I didn't allow that. He knew I wasn't going to accept that. He knew I wasn't going to take that. He knew I wasn't going for that. And he realized, oh, she ain't playing. I got to get together. And so I felt like this. It don't take a lifetime to know, hey, Ebony, it don't take a lifetime to know if you want to marry a person or not. You got to be real with yourself and sincere within yourself and be like, you know what? I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to give this a go. I'm ready to try this. You may be going into a marriage and unsure if it's really going to work because you don't know. But it takes two people to work at it to make it work. I always tell people always be like, how is it being married? That's not even a question. Exactly, Tracy. That have to be established from the beginning. Most definitely. That way they know where your mind is at. Regardless if that's what you're going to get or not, but you're going to have to decipher, you know, what you're being given in your relationship after you be done told them what you wanted. You got to see. You got to. But what was I finna say? But anyway, you're gonna go into that thing really not knowing. I don't care how much you in love with a person. Don't nobody know how long their marriage is gonna last. Don't nobody know the routes that your marriage is gonna have to take. Don't nobody know the struggles that you're gonna have to deal with. No, don't nobody know. Nobody on the outside, nobody on the inside, not you, not him. But when you're being faced with certain things, you're gonna have to wanna work with it and know whether is this worth keeping or is this worth throwing away. Which one you gonna do? You're gonna have to work for it. And you're gonna have to wanna have that want to work for it. Because if you don't, ain't nothing gonna work. Nothing. You're gonna have to want to be understanding. You're gonna have to have compassion, even when you don't want to. We two different people, and just because that's a man, don't mean that man don't got no feelings. Don't mean that you could sit and talk to that man any kind of way because he's a man and you think that he can take it because you're a woman and you got to show your tough side and be tough with him because he's a man. No, he's a human before a man. You know? So that's why I can't stand when people say women in general. I can't stand it when they say you can't trust no man, no father, then you can see him. Don't tell no man all your how you really feel. When you think about those words, you can't trust no man, no father, then you can see him. Is that really how you want to live your relationship? You don't trust that man, no farther than you can see him. So you mean to tell me if you in one room, he in another, and you can't see what he doing, you don't trust his ass. When he leave the house, you really can't trust him. When he goes somewhere with his friends, you can't trust him. You send him to the store, you can't trust him. He go put some gas in the car, you can't trust him. You can't trust him no further than your peripheral. That's a fucked up way to think. To think. That's a fucked up way. And I don't like that about us women, the women that think like that. You don't tell a man how you really feel because if you really tell them how you really hey Donna, if you really tell them how you really feel, then they can use that against you and play with your emotion. Right, Tracy. And so what was I gonna say? Okay, so we were talking about oh yeah, trust him with your emotion. He's gonna use that against you. Who wanna be in a relationship like that? Who wants to be in a relationship where you're not sharing your real inner deep feelings with your partner? You can't come to them and cry. Talk about your pain, what you going through, your thoughts, your day, your past, your future. What's really making you sad or disturbing your peace? How much you really love him, appreciate him. Let me tell y'all something. One thing about a man, they love to be praised. They love it. They love it. So for you to feel like that you can't share with him what you appreciate about him, how much you love him, your feelings, or none of that, you only you're only keeping yourself from actually having the best that you can have out your man. Because even though you feel like that you may not want to or need to, this video is full of, I'm glad you was sitting here, Pooh. You know, I'm glad you was sitting here. But go on, say what you're gonna say. Cause maybe you learning something. But what was I saying while you just distracted me? But yeah, you're keeping yourself from having the best that you can have out your man. Because a lot of whenever you praise your man on their good, it makes them want to continue to do that or even be better. You know? And so I praise my husband. I thank my husband for being a wonderful husband, even though, he got his little stubborn ways, but his good outweigh his ways. It outweigh it. And so I've learned what I'm going to deal with and what I ain't going to deal with. And what I don't like, I have taken that information to him so that he'll know how I feel. But there was a certain way that I had to do it. I couldn't just say it. It more so had to be like a peaceful setting. And we was just laying in the bed, finna watch a movie. He turned the TV on. I didn't say, babe, I didn't say I wanted to talk to you about something. I got to tell you something. I said, babe, can we talk for a minute? And he was like, yeah, what is it? And so I was in this same calm tone, just like this. And I was just talking. And I was expressing myself to him and telling him, what I felt and what I thought and what I liked and what I loved and what I didn't like. Sometimes when you want to tell a person what you don't like, you need to start off with what you love. That way, you let them know what you love first before you start digging all into what you don't like. Because at least now they know that, oh, this person loves me, so now she telling me what I don't like. I know it's coming from love. Make sense? Had to learn that. With him, I had to learn that. And so when I went back and I watched that video, and like I said, I was doing that video because I knew it was going to be entertaining to y'all. But that's what I want for my husband too, for him to learn how to cook. And when it was different when I went back and watched it. Because I knew he kept trying to leave out the kitchen. but I wouldn't let him. He kept trying. And if I would have let him, he would have. But this particular time, he knew I was for real. He knew. But it was all in my tone. I had patience with him. I was, you know, supportive and not so aggressive with him. Hold on, wait a minute. That's why you get to know a person and the conversation to see if they will use that against you. Don't be so quick to get involved. When you find out that when you find out that don't turn things against you, when you find out they don't turn things against you, then trust is there. Trust is trust started. Right. But that's so true, Miss Burnell. That is so true. That is so true. You do have to test the waters to see what you can and can't tell a person. It's gonna start off small like that. But guess what? Sometimes people so good you don't know that you can't trust them. And then you be done told them a whole lot of stuff. But they so smart to know to sit back and just listen and hear you and what you're saying, and now they know how to move. See, sometimes people, when they get with a man, they be like, I want this man, I want that man, I want this man to do that, I want that man to do that, and I don't want him to act this way, and I don't want him to do this, and I don't want him to say that, and I don't want him to, and I want him to be a family man, and I want him to love my kids, and I want him to love me, and I want him to love my family, and I want him to respect my mom and respect my daddy, and I want, you know what I'm saying? They listening, especially if you got that type that's just listening so that they can pretend like they're giving you what you want. And then when they get you locked in, now you see another side. See, there's different kind of people. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Just because you think that you're working with one thing does not mean that's what you're working with. People know how to do what they need to do to get what they want. The ones that don't mean you no good. So if that means that they're gonna put on and pretend and act like that they're giving you exactly the type of men that you looking for, that's what they're gonna do. What's up, Gina? That's what they're gonna do. Hey Bella, that's what they're gonna do. And then eventually you're gonna find out, oh, after they done got you reeled on in, then you're gonna start saying, I thought that you was like this. I thought that you know, and being women and wanting love and relationship, we be so easy to get reeled in sometimes because the only thing we be looking for is somebody to love us, somebody that understands us. The love, that's what we looking for. But you're right. You have to feel a person out first. But that all comes in the beginning of filling them out. And then you really find out what you're working with after they don't put on enough, because they're not going to be able to hide for too long. They just get too difficult because now they don't learn your ways. They know, oh, I ain't got to be like this because really she just easy going. She don't even ask for much. Only thing she want is me there. She just want my attention. You know what I'm saying? So when they start figuring you out, that's when they start letting some things go. I ain't doing this no more because honey, I'm so tired. I'm tired. Man, I'm tired of over here being laid up in this bed all the time with her and watching movies and stuff, knowing that this ain't what I want to do. I want to get over here on my game, so I'm finna tell her, you know what I'm saying? I'm finna play my game, and then I'm gonna see what she say this time, and then after I play that game that time, then I'm gonna see, you know what I'm saying, if she gonna say anything if I keep on playing the game all the time, or I want to go out to the club, but I ain't clubbing no more for right now because I just made this new thing. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I don't want her to think that I'm a club hopper like that or whatever. So I ain't going to the club no more. You know what I'm saying? For a little while. But once I really on in there, you know what I'm saying? See how she is and start getting out with the homeboys and then tell her that me and the homeboys going to the club or whatever and see what she's saying. She let me go. Then I'm in there. I'm finna keep going. You know what I'm saying? That's how people do sometimes. They put off what they want to do to get you. Ain't nothing you can do about that. That's just the type of person that you have, you know? So then you have to, once you start going through them problems and start putting the shit out on Front Street and start letting them know what time it is and what you ain't gonna take, and whether they, if they don't change it or want to make that change, then it's time for you to make up in your mind. Is this what you want? Is you willing to wait? Or you gonna go? You gotta make up your mind. So the best part, now we jumping again. So the best part about me watching my husband yesterday on that video, I didn't see it in the kitchen, but I saw it in the video. My husband was blushing. He was proud of himself. He was. He was so proud of himself. And he was so happy. I don't even think he wanted me to see how happy he was. And I thought he wasn't ready to get in the kitchen and cook. But he was ready to get in that kitchen and cook. And I made sure I called my husband again and told him today. I was like, babe, I appreciate you cooking for me. You did a good job. The food was so good and all this and that. Let me tell y'all something. That food was good. It was delicious. On point, on time, on point, on time, on point. Okay. But the hamburger patties, they could have used a little bit more salt in the patty. But still, the gravy was on top of it was busting. Everything was good together. Potatoes, I can't wait to eat now. Okay. But me being the person that I am, even if something needed a little bit more seasoning, I wouldn't have told him that. Because one thing that you could do to tear a person down that's trying to learn to cook or even cook is tell them where they did wrong at. And that's the truth. A person that could cook, they don't be wanting to hear their food nasty. Oh, you need to put some more in there. That you need some salt. Right? Oh, that you ain't seasoned that enough. Is it good though? After I see that you enjoyed it, then say, "Oh yeah, this could have used a little bit more salt, but it was on point." See, I let him be the judge of that first. When we went in there and sat down and ate, he was like, "Babe, this food is good, but the patty it could have used a little bit more salt in there." And I was like, "Babe, yeah, you right. It could have used a little bit more salt, but it's perfect, just like it is." Encourage, encourage. I'm not trying to tear him down before he gets started. He getting started. He's getting started. So who am I to point out all his faults and he's getting started? That's wrong. That's wrong. I would have never did that. I let him do that. Then I say, yeah, babe, you right. It could have used a little bit more, but it's good, just like it is, which it was. Wouldn't lie to him. And he wasn't gonna lie to his own self about it. And he was proud and went to work and talked about it. And I talked to him today, and even when I thanked him again today, I heard it in his voice that he was ready for it again. And he was like, when I had thanked him, right, he was warming up his food or whatever, and right there with the guys and stuff, and he was like, "Yeah, I cooked dinner for my wife yesterday, and my wife she told me how good my food was, and he just gonna throw up in there. Yeah, she want me to get in there and cook for her again. You dang right I do." I told y'all he was coming back, but for him to throw that on the end, oh, he ready. He proud of that. He want to come try it again and see what else he can do, and I'm gonna encourage that. And I'm gonna do exactly what I did the last time, cause I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed that with y'all, and I know that y'all enjoyed watching me show him how to cook, and the patience that I had, I was amazed, you know, and with him, and so on, and with him, he was like, just see the excitement in him, and the patience he had, because my husband ain't got no patience. My husband ain't got no patience at all. And so to see the patience that he had, and it was just my tone with him that made him stay. Because if I was aggressive, no, I did that video yesterday. Me and him was live yesterday cooking, and I was teaching him how to cook. No, he don't. Not at the well. He got an older brother, but yeah, but not at the moment. But so yeah, it's just I enjoyed that because he showed me he wanted to learn, and he was willing to set aside his impatientness to get in there and make do something that made me happy. Exactly. Is how we say it. Exactly. And so I'm always baby this and baby that, and with him and stuff like that. But it's just that patience and that calmness that I had with him yesterday. That's what he needs, being the type of person that he is, that does not like to take orders, or that is stubborn and don't like to listen. And that's how I had to be with him. just like I was yesterday. And that's why it turned out to be a success. And I thank God because I have been praying for that very moment right there. That very moment. So just because it was just a video to y'all, a live to y'all, or whatever, however y'all took that, that was everything to me because that was our first time, his first time ever trying to cook a full meal for me, and I didn't put my hands in to take over. Till you are old and old sweet soul to know all this about encouraging others. It's all about love and respect. Thank you for this message and reminder today to love others and appreciate all blessings. Right. Okay, now you done made my mind for me. I'm staying single. It's not bad. Okay, I gotta go watch that because I missed it. Yes, it was so good. It was good yesterday. I enjoyed it. So anyway, but yeah, it's not that bad. When you is trying to go into a relationship, you cannot be, me type of person, I type of person. It's not that. Yes, it was good. Keep praying and encouraging your husband. Look beyond his faults and help him with his needs in Jesus' name. In the name of Jesus. Right. Amen. I will. You have to make your man feel like the leader. I've been married for 32 years and a gentle spirit wins. Exactly, Miss Cheryl. I learned that yesterday, Miss Cheryl. I learned that. That's why I'm so happy because I learned that the gentle spirit wins. That's exactly what I learned yesterday. I told y'all I'm aggressive. Sometimes I don't know how to say things without fussing. Yes. And one of the things that I had talked to him about was I want to be that sweet, loving, gentle wife that's in me that I want to be, but I'm so aggressive because of my raising. I'm aggressive. What I've seen, I'm aggressive because of that. But for me to have to tell my mom or even if my dad was still living and I told him that, they would probably disagree with me. But honestly and truly, I am the way that I am, and it starts from as a child on up. And nobody would never understand that if you ain't dealt with certain things from a child. Just because in my parents' eyes, if they felt like my childhood wasn't bad, that does not mean that certain ways that they had of raising or certain things that they taught us didn't affect me as an adult from my childhood. And so I'm trying to find ways of running away from those negative things that I felt was negative and that wasn't good for me as an adult. Trying to find ways to get away from that. And it's hard when you don't know. So the way that I learn is by watching other people, other relationships, talking to older people, what they have been through and stuff like that. Because maybe then my parents, they didn't know. That's all they know. That's all they knew is what they taught. So now that I'm older, I see that that part of my life wasn't what I want to continue to hang on to and be like. Because those things that my dad used to say to me is what made me build walls. I built the wall because I'm sensitive. So by me being sensitive, it made me aggressive to keep people back. And as long as I'm aggressive, I wasn't hurting nobody but myself because I know that that's really not who I am on the inside. It's just I'm being aggressive to protect my feelings, myself, my inner being, the person that I really am, that sensitive, sweet person that I can be. And that's why I say that, thank you, Lord. But that's why I say that I love coming on here with y'all because on here I can be myself. I can be that sweet, loving person that I really am, that I can't be in real life most of the time because I have no one here to argue with, fuss with, put on for, protect myself from. I have nobody here like that. Even though they are there, but you're not here. You see what I'm saying? So when I put myself in the presence of other people in real life, I get to see how people is. And people be so quick to want to judge and talk about you. And oh, you see how she acting like that? Well, she ain't number, she just too old to be acting like that. She is too grown and all that they be saying. And it makes you shy away from being who you really are because people is so judgmental. That's why I say I can't stand a judgmental ass motherfucker because I be wanting to be me, be free, and just be myself, but people in person won't allow you to do that. So when I come here, I feel free. I can be myself. Don't care what nobody else think. Act the way I want to act, even though I'm in the public, on TV for everybody to see, and don't care. But when you make me mad, then you see the other side. See, that's me when you piss me off. Your mom and dad may have done and said all they know to say. No, it does not make it right. But when you don't know, right, you just don't know. Thank you, Miss Deborah. Right, Miss Gina. And so, gentleness is one of the fruit of the spirit. Um, what you mean by that, Miss Vernell? Elaborate just a little bit more. I want to agree, but I can't say that I totally agree because I don't fully understand exactly where you're headed with what you're seeing. So yeah, but yeah, Not saying that they were bad parents like that. My dad did have his ways and he was mean and he did things that he shouldn't have done, which had me in the middle of a lot of stuff. But not saying they were bad parents because I thank God for the strictness. You know what I'm saying? But like you say, when they don't know, they don't know. You know? And then let me tell y'all another thing that came to my mind when I was thinking about myself. And partly to why I may be sensitive to and try to build my confidence. Let me just be real. Try to build my confidence. Being a big kid, bigger than the people your age or close to your age, growing up and being bigger, the bigger sibling, the older sibling, you just wasn't small. I never was the smaller one. I've always been big. And so, being that a lot of things be said to you that really hurts and you hold it in and you don't realize that it really affected you in a certain way because you have buried the things that people say about you so deep to where it's covered up with by the anger and everything else that's on top of it. And so one day I forgot who I was mentioning it to. And I was talking about how when I was younger, growing up in my teens, just, you know what I'm saying, just in my teens, about you saying trying to make new members and stuff like that by being in, the old home and being in the new home and maybe like, where are you going? I'm trying to see like explain that in another way because it just flew over my head kind of. All right then, Hazel, you have a good one. I'm glad you got it fixed. Okay, so one thing my brother used to always say to me, and I know we was just kids, but still I was a kid and a teenager. I was a teenager and those things did hurt my feelings. Fat ass just always called me a fat ass. And he said it just like that because we were badass kids behind my mother and father's backs and we cussed. You fat ass. But not only did he call me fat ass all the time, anytime I was being greedy and wanted to eat more than the other two, my mama used to say, let Mikey eat it. She'll eat it. Let Mikey eat it. She used to call me Mikey. And I had thought about that the other day. And it had crossed my mind, I was like, oh my God. I didn't know that those feelings from then was still down in there. And it surprised me that those feelings were still down in there from when she used to say that to me all the time. And I was surprised. And I was like, maybe that's why. Hey, Terrell. I was like, maybe that's why. Another reason why I'm so sensitive, to certain things and stuff like that, because of her too, not knowing what she was saying at the time, how she was really tearing me down on the inside from a teenager, from just those little things like that. You just never know how you was mentally hurting a person in beginning stages like that. Yes. And that's what I feel, Miss Cheryl. So I'm not mad with her or nothing about that or nothing if you watching, Ma. But some things just have to be said. Some things have to be said in order to free yourself from yourself. And I was told before at church, and I think it was my aunt, matter of fact, that was praying for me. And she was like, Tiana, you got to open up and let go and let God come in. And I didn't know what she was talking about. Sometimes you have pain buried so deep within yourself, you don't even know that it's there. You don't know. Because I done lived past that age of, that was at around the age of 13 at that time. I done lived plenty years more on top of that age of 13. And more things have happened since that day that has been hurtful to me, to where everything is just suppressed, and you forget that it's there. But you know that you as an emotional being, you was hurt by so many different things. People, you know what I'm saying? You were hurt by different people in certain kind of ways, by things that they said and this and that and that and this. And with me being a plus size, people look at stuff that I wear wrong, but something that somebody smaller than me wear the same outfit, ain't nothing wrong with them because they ain't got no fat. Right, Cheryl. Thank you. You right. Okay, so come with a handbook. Yeah, right, right. They don't, Miss Gina 42. Tracy, I didn't know that by her saying that back when I was 13 years old and probably before then, that I was really affected by it today. I didn't know that. I didn't know that the way that my brother used to pick on me and talk about me back then, that I was still affected by it today. I didn't know that. So for me to have to talk to her about that, I didn't know that that needed to be a discussion. I didn't know because I didn't think about that until a couple days ago. It's $ROC, the letter ENTT. I didn't know that until a couple days ago. And like I told y'all, I am on a journey to find myself. I am on a journey to better myself. I am on my own journey to be whatever it is that I'm supposed to be doing with myself. And that takes cleaning up some things within yourself first. And with that being that it takes cleaning up some things within yourself first, you don't know what's finna come up. You don't know what's finna come out. You don't know until God start healing you and helping you get rid of a lot of things that's holding you back that you didn't even know is holding you back. God is placing these things on my remembrance because He's probably healing me from my past first. See, I got to work on me from the bottom to the top. I can't start working on me from where I'm at right now. We got the, thank you, Lord, for that right there. Y'all remember Juanita Bynum, No Sheets? We got to start pulling off some layers first. And if God didn't get rid of what seems so minor to some of y'all, which is major to me and the way that I am and how I feel, if God didn't get rid of some of those layers first and He moved me to the next level of my life and I get there, then all my past start coming up when I'm in a good place, and I allow my past to knock me back down. How am I growing? How am I going to continue to grow from into the next level? Because there's always going to be something back there to help pull me back down. And remember, I told y'all the last time I sat on this video, I had cussed everybody out and shit. And then came the next day and cried. But I told y'all that I didn't know why I sat there and told y'all about my past and how I was treated and how my dad did me and cried and was so emotional about that. But I feel like that was part of my healing. And now that I am constantly digging in my past and talking about it, I know that's what God is doing. I know for a fact that's what God is doing. God is healing me of my past so that He can move me into my future. I'm in the present. My present is healing. My future is whatever it is that God gonna have for me. And I don't know that yet. That's my future. So He got to clean up some stuff first. Exactly. Tracy. Hold on, y'all. Okay. But yeah, so God is cleaning me up. That's what God is doing. He's cleaning me up. Amen to that, Tracy. Hey, Kevin. Kelvin. Amen to that, Tracy. Amen to that. Thank you, Tamika. It does take courage. It does. Hold on, wait a minute. Exactly, Tracy, you do. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me go one more. Okay, yeah, the source. Okay, so that's why you mentioned the source, Miss Cheryl. Let Miss Vernell maybe write about, you know, no, you may be right about uh uh hold on, Adrian. You may be right about that when you said talking to them. But let me say this with all due respect to not to you, but to my mom, my brother, my dad, and he's gone. With all due respect, sometimes you could tell a person how you feel, what you've been through, how they've affected you in your life, and don't want to cause no confusion. And in telling them how you feel, they may have a guard up and may not be sensitive to your past, how you've been treated and what they have done, and don't understand. May tell you that it's just you, how you think, but not really want to take a step back to realize that you human, it did affect you in a certain kind of way, and I'm sorry. You may not get that. So, in order to protect myself from any more hurt, but behind them not even understanding where I'm coming from, and that I'm not just trying to be picky or a pest or talk or act a certain type of way towards them because of a past, I rather deal with that myself, because this is what God's trying to do. God trying to heal me. God's trying to heal me. I see where the wrongs were, but they may not be ready to receive that and come off in an aggressive manner towards me, or say something that may be even more hurtful because you don't understand my feelings or my pain. And now that same hurt that I was trying to bring out and get rid of, you just done knocked it back down in me because you don't understand. I told you, I'm never the one to say anything to make a person feel a certain kind of way. And sometimes I be wanting to say stuff, but even with it being your parents, your siblings, your family, you sometimes don't know how to say stuff to people in order for them to see that you're coming off as, this really did hurt me. I'm not trying to point a finger or no kind of blame, but it's just like I was affected by this, and I want to move past that and be better. So instead of them seeing it like that, they it's the, you get the opposite. And how do you know, how when you don't know how to come at a person, what do? You just hold it in. And that's what I do. I just hold it in when I don't know how to come at a person. And then when I get mad, I'll let it out. Or sometimes I'll give you bits and pieces and not the whole thing. Because even in being mad, sometimes I am still careful with what I say, even when I'm mad. And that's just me. So I rather let God do this. God got me talking about it. If they don't like it, I'm sorry, but not sorry at the same time, because I want to talk about my past and how I was affected by certain things, and how certain things hurt my feelings, and how those things have affected me in my adulthood. There is times that I talk to my mom honestly and truly, y'all. And it may not be about me, but it may be about someone else. I have to go over here and check the phone real quick. But it may not be about me, but it may be about somebody else. And I may be talking with my mom about it and could sympathize with why the person is the way they is, or feel the way that they feel. And then I start telling her little bits and pieces about me, and she don't be knowing that I be talking about me because I don't know how to approach her with my feelings without me getting hurt because she don't understand, or maybe just want to tell me it's just you, you know. So rejection, I do, I do, Cheryl. To come out with it, my truth to learn and not figure and not have so much hatred in my heart about the way people has treated me in my childhood. We don't have to validate ourselves. Just do what God tells you to do. Thank you. And that's what I was gonna do. Go if you have to go by yourself. That's where I am in my life. You must let go and let God, says that's all. And that's true. You have to let go and let God. But see, this the thing, Jay's Monique TV. In order to let go and let God, people in this world nowadays is so conditioned to be on the hush hush. Don't say that. Don't say this. Don't think like that. People so conditioned. And I'm not like that.
Your ass over here on live.
Hey baby.
What's up?
How was your day? How was your day?
Cool. It was straight. Why people be so surprised when they see me at the store buying a beer or something? Talking about, boy, I ain't never seen you drink. Man, damn, I can't buy one beer. God damn, nigga.
Well, did you buy me two?
It might look funny when I drink. No.
I want 2 margaritas. You gonna go get them?
Yeah, I'll go get them.
Yeah, give me 2 on. So I can chill. But
What is it here?
yeah, I think so. But yeah,
How much is it?
I don't know.
I ain't be shocked to see a nigga buy a little cold little beer or something.
What, you only got one?
Yeah, everybody one.
But
yeah,
validation.
Drink all that. Yeah, I just wanted something cold right now.
But validation. I was gonna answer her, but Tracy, you put it better than I was gonna say it. We don't have to validate ourselves. Just do what God tells us to do. Go if you have to go by yourself. That's where I am in my life. Wait a minute. Go if you have to go by yourself. That's my problem. That is my problem. That's what I am working on. Just letting you know. I get it. I get it. I do get it. I understand that. You have to let go, let God. I ain't get upset with you about nothing like that because you said that. Hey Patty K, enjoyed the show last night. I'm glad that you did, love. Um, but I know that's true. But God have to bring up some things in you in order for you to recognize it first. Then let it go and let God. You have to recognize it first. However you recognize it, it's a problem. See, When I was mad with my dad for so long about the way that he did and what he did and how he manipulated and brainwashed me and had me in the middle of the things that he had going on and stuff like that, it felt good. And I didn't know that it felt good for me to just point fingers and blame on who did what. I wasn't ready to let go and let God heal me. But I didn't know I wasn't ready. I just knew what happened to me, and I wanted I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong for what I did. Even if he was here today, I probably would have never even had the courage to even tell him how I really felt about him. Because my dad was so mean and so aggressive, any wrong thing he felt was wrong, honey, a whole hand was coming. You ain't even know it, being an adult. You see what I'm saying? So I probably would have never told him. Even though I know I wanted an apology, I probably never would have really just broke down and told him how I told y'all. I told him over the phone a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I never like fully broke it down to him how I broke it down to y'all. Because of my fear in him. I was afraid of him. My daddy don't give a fuck. Who? Shit. Say something wrong to him, motherfucker. Your ass liable to get knocked the motherfucker out. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. Didn't care who you was. Child, no child. For real. That's who I was dealing with. So a lot of stuff I had to keep on the hush hush to myself and didn't say much. Hell, he don't give a damn that I was here in Alabama. His ass was in Florida. Cause one thing that I do know about him, distance wasn't gonna put. It wasn't gonna be no distance in between him and coming to whoop your ass. I'm just saying. Cause plenty days as a child, I done been in the car with him, riding from Florida to Georgia to his mama house. Mad all the way there he was to whoop his brother's ass, to go off on his sister or something. So he ain't never put this distance in between him and what he wanted to do or had to say. So by me being here in Alabama and I wanted to check him, explain to him, tell him about himself with the way that he treated me and how I felt, distance wasn't gonna get in the way of him wanting to get in that motherfucking car and come this way if that's what he wanted to do, to get in my ass. Okay? I'm just saying. That's the truth. And I'm telling you, my brother, my sister, my mama can be a witness to that. God got to get you. Hey, Shanita. God got to get you. Let me tell you something. When God is working on you and trying to show you something, God will get you to yourself. He will have you where you cut some people off and you really probably don't even mean to. Or sometimes you do mean to. It just depends. But God will have you cut certain people off because those certain people that God put in place for you to cut off, those people, God knows is your distraction. So he got to get it where you cut those people off. Hold on, let me go get my phone. Hold up. Because I want you to know I did get it. Hold on. What the heck?
Orange looking.
Orange?
Like an orange looking.
Mango, probably. You bought it? Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm red. What you want me
You
to
ain't
do?
have no yellow either?
Oh, I had one.
Oh, man, I hope it wasn't no mango. Yeah, I'm going to have to drink it today. Sure gonna get drunk slow. Probably just drink one of them. Probably wasn't meant for me to have it. That's why I only got that one. That kind. Okay, so, but yeah. God will cut some people off because he need to get you to yourself. That way you have your focus on him. You got to have your focus on him when God trying to show you something. You can't be distracted because it's something that he's trying to show you. You gonna miss. Thank you. Hold on. I sure appreciate you, boo. I really do. Thank you, Miss Cheryl Thomas, for the cash app. I really do appreciate it, love. Um, now, Miss, who is that? Miss Clara. Did you get that? Was that right? $ ROCNTT. Yes, that's right. But Miss Clara, I don't see you on here. I see Miss Cheryl on here. So thank you, Miss Clara. But I mean Miss Cheryl. So God got to get you to yourself. You got to cut some people off because they're not for you on your journey, right? They're not. They're not. And so what I was finna explain to y'all about 2 hours ago that I just thought about is back when I stayed in the other house, right? May 55. Back when I was in the other house, I had this dream. And this dream that I had was of a storm. It was a tornado that was coming. It was me, my husband, my grandma in the house. And the tornado was coming so fast towards me. I saw it in the distance, but it was just going so fast. I couldn't, it's like only thing I was able to do was jump down on the side of the recliner that was in grandma's room. And it went straight through the house and missed me by a gush of wind. And only thing I felt when it passed me was that strong wind, like when it passed me. It missed me. But right before that, I was having dreams as well. And one was about a storm and another one about something else. But there was this lady I used to talk to on here all the time, and she know who she is, and she still sit back and watch it, don't say nothing. But I used to talk to her, and I used to tell her about my dreams and stuff. Well, like I said, dreams have meanings. And when I had that dream, I really didn't understand what that dream was about, but I knew something was going to happen. I knew it. My husband, and so months later, that's when we was hit with, we had to move because they had sold the house. See, that dream was God was showing me that He was about to do something for us, but I didn't know what it was. And I didn't think about that until the other day. I don't know why the other day I was thinking about a lot of stuff. It was not too a couple days ago. All that was just coming to me. That dream, my past, and all of that. And you know what? I think that I was, nope, I thought of this last night. And I had said to myself, I was like, God, why don't you give me dreams anymore? But then I thought about it. Thank you, Miss Clara. It made it this time, love. I got it this time. So my I don't want to have the dreams. Because whenever I have the dreams about something that made me bad, it's always seemed like something was bad. But see, that dream wasn't for the bad. That dream right there was God was doing something in my life. He was letting me know that a storm was about to come. I was finna get ready to go through a storm in my life. And that storm was this change here with my husband and I uh having to move. And I had to stand 10 toes down and keep my faith and believe and know that God was going to work that thing out for us. And when I tell y'all, I was in prayer and I was just watching God as he was moving and how things was changing and how God kept opening doors. And I kept seeing how the devil just kept trying to come in and be a distraction. And every time God tried to move this way, the devil tried to move that way. And then how when the devil tried to come and try to make not make whatever happened at that time happen, he was always like a day or two late. God had already rearranged the plans that the devil thought was finna happen to destroy what God was trying to do. But God had already shifted a whole nother direction. He had already had a whole nother plan for me because he knew which direction that the devil was finna hit. And as all this was happening, y'all, and the devil kept trying to tear me down, kept trying to, reject me where God kept saying yes, making it seem like that everything was gonna turn out for the worst when God had already had his plans. He already was on the move before the devil was moving. Before the devil even tried his little tactics, God had already made plans. God already know what the devil gonna do. So God was teaching me, no matter what the situation looked like, keep your faith and stand 10 toes down because I got you. Regardless of what, when the situation starts looking so hard and it seems like God ain't there, God been there the whole time. We were out here stressed and depressed. We focus on the negative, but you need to continue to keep your mind on the positive. Keep your mind on what it is that you're trying to do. That's what God wants for us to do. Keep your mind focused on what it is that you're supposed to do. That way you can keep moving forward and not let these distractions that's happening around you take your attention off your focus. God is ahead of us in everything. We may be dealing with whatever that we're dealing with, but at the end of the day, we're not feeling the blows like we should. We're not feeling that because God is before us. So God is over here taking the major hits. We just feeling the wind off of it, just like that tornado. It didn't hit me. It didn't hit me. God to give us different gifts. He only have a gift of dreams. And that it didn't hit me. It didn't hit me because if it would have hit me, that mean that whatever storm I was finna go through, it probably would have destroyed me. But it bypassed me because God had me. And I kept my mind on him. And I kept believing that God was going to work everything out for us, regardless of what it was like. God was going to work everything out for us. And just because the next man or the next person may think that or want to ask or think whatever they want to think about how me and my husband got in this house, I know how we got in this house. I know for a fact that it wasn't nobody but the goodness of the Lord, because I kept my mind on him during that storm that I was going through. And that storm was that time of us having to move and find somewhere to go. And God knew that both of us together was not going to be able to pay this rent that they is charging us to have now today for some rent. God knew. God knew. And not only did God only know that, not only did God know that, God knew that my grandmother as well, see, she paid her little portion that was help with the bills. You see what I'm saying? Even though I had to take care of her. So if I wanted to get out and work, I couldn't get out and work because I had to be there for her in any situation. I may have left the house and went to the store and, you know what I'm saying, went to my mama's house and hang out and stuff like that. But I never left my grandmother alone long enough to say, I don't know how whatever happened to her happened. Never. So God was preparing us for everything. He was preparing us for my grandmother leaving. He was preparing us for standing on our own 2 feet on our own. He was preparing us to be in something that was reasonable for us to be able to pay when we have to stand on our own 2 feet. He was setting us up. And the devil kept trying to mess that up. But if I would have kept my focus on what he was doing, the devil was doing, he probably could have stole what God had for me. But see, I was so weak, I couldn't give up. I couldn't take my focus off on God because God was my strength to stay focused. God was my strength to keep going. God was my strength when I didn't know what to do. So the only thing I knew to do was pray and keep believing that God was going to take care of us. That's what I did. When I used to be in that kitchen over there at that other house and praying to y'all and talking and stuff like that, about I can't wait till God bless me with a bigger house, and I can't wait till God bless me with a big pantry in my kitchen, a lot of cabinets, and an open floor plan, and space for Mary Jane, and our own bathroom in our room that we needed, and just space. God heard me. God knew the desires of my heart. I knew that I was just talking, but God knew what I wanted. Even when I first got out got out on my own and got me an apartment, right? Just me. Apartments, for some reason, wasn't big enough for me. So I moved to a townhouse. When I moved to a townhouse, it still wasn't enough space for me because it was still an apartment. I'm still sharing people next to me. I could disturb them. I wanted my own little house. Then me and my husband, we got us a little house. When we got together, we got us a little house. But then we had grandma in there with us. So it's like it just wasn't enough space for all of us, but I made it work. So when God finally moved, moved us along our journey to have our own, God gave me everything that I have been asking for. Everything that I have been asking for and some. God gave me space beyond space beyond space beyond space beyond space. One of my things that I wanted was I need me a whole closet, honey. Towels and stuff supposed to have their own area. Sheets supposed to have their own thing. You know? Sheets supposed to have their own area. I need the space in my kitchen. I like to cook. I like gadgets and stuff and pots and pans and cups and glasses and all that right up. I like to have food in abundance. I needed that space. Then God knew I love to entertain, so he gave me an area for that. He knew that I don't be want to clean up my house all the time after entertaining, so he gave me an area to go to. And that was my porch that I prayed and I had asked God for. I asked God for a closed-in porch with air conditioning on the outside. And the other side, I wanted screened in just in case I didn't want to feel like I'm just in the house all day. And we can go on the screened in side and sit. Because I'm not an outside person because I'm so scared of bugs. But I do want my yard fixed up where I will feel safe and secure and free to go out in whenever I feel like. And I want me a kitchen outside so I can go outside and cook because I love to grill. I want that set up that way I don't have to keep moving it every time I want to grill. So, oh yes. So not only did he give me that, he gave me what was good for Mary Jane because when we stayed in the other house, Mary Jane used to love to go and sleep outside on the porch. Mary Jane isn't a house outside cat. Mary Jane is an inside cat. So God gave me a porch big enough for her to feel the space that she needs. And the closed inside and the screened inside. My baby ain't never got to go out the door. She can still feel like she outside. Not only did I find that, it was suitable enough for my grandmother. Because, see, it was some older people that lived till one owner. And this house was designed for them. And I knew when I moved in here, whoever the person is that stayed here, they liked to entertain because of the way that they added on to this house. And I told my husband, I was like, whoever stayed here, they love to entertain. And I had found some of her dishes that she left. Whole bunch of Christmas dishes, crystal and stuff, and Christmas little dishes she left up in the cabinet. They left in the cabinet, didn't know that was there. And I still got them. I didn't get rid of them. And so the bathroom had the bars for grandma to hold on to. The tub was low enough so that she didn't have to lift her leg too high to step in. The bathroom in my shower is a walk-in, and she can get in there with ease. See, I needed that for my grandmother, so she could get her a full bath and close that curtain. You know what I'm saying? And Then God gave me a fireplace. I'm gonna learn how to use my fireplace one day, cause that's gonna be good for me and my husband. Because I want to sit down and have romantic nights where we sit down and at the fireplace and stuff and roast us some marshmallows and all that there when I learn how to use that fireplace. But God gave me everything that I asked for and some. And on top of that, not only did He give me what I wanted, He gave my husband what he wanted. My husband wanted his own room to himself. He wanted him a man cave because he got tired of disturbing me on my YouTube videos with all his hollering and stuff. And so he gave him his own area to be in. It may not be big, but it's just enough for him. You know? That other bedroom that we have, God knows I don't like messing up my living room all the time. God knows that the setup of my living room, it just, it is big. And I'm not the like to be by myself type. So by me being able to turn the room that I had my grandmother in into our den, it's perfect for me because it's small when I want to be by myself or need to be by myself, me and my husband. All that openness is too much for me sometimes. But by me having that little bit of small little area, it's perfect for me when I need that. So, I thank God. And like you said, I'm sitting in my blessing. This here is my blessing. Just like I told y'all, it poured down raining. Only God. God's so funny. Just like I told y'all, it poured down raining. That day I went and I took my GED test and I passed that test. And don't know how I passed it. When we got this house, we found this house in the same day we were looking. The same day. We went and seen 6 different houses. When we got to the 6th house, this house is the 7th one, which was the street over from that 6th house. And my husband almost fell in love with that 6th house because they had the garage set up like a man cave. And he fell in love with that. But the rest of the house was tiny. And that same day, in the video, if y'all go back and watch that video over on my other channel, Boss Up Cleaning, I showed when we came looked at this house. And that same day, it was going to start storming out of nowhere. The siren was going off like a tornado was coming. Like a tornado was coming, y'all. Tornado. My dream. Tornado. Siren going off. The siren was going off like a tornado was coming. The clouds had got so black and so dark like it was coming. When we went in that house, that was the street over from this house, it was finna start storming then. It was sprinkling just enough. So we left there from seeing that house and I had to go back. We came to this house. When I stepped foot in the door, no power on in this house. When I stepped foot, I ain't lying, y'all. When I stepped foot in the door, May 55, God helped me do that. God did that. Because God knew that's what I wanted. God knew that. God knew. It wasn't nobody but God. I'm giving God his glory, his praise, his credit for that. I am. And for this. When I tell you, when I stepped foot in the door, it was a chill. It just came over my body. Chill came over my body. And I was standing at the door. I ain't see nothing but the kitchen, the dining room, the living room, and the sliding door. And when I stood at that door, that chill just came over me like God just hugs me. And the words came out of my mouth was like, this is it. I swear. I won't lie to y'all. I said, this is it. They say, what you talking about? What you talking about? This it. Bang! Bang! Hello, what you talking about? I was like, this is it. This is exactly what I prayed for. Exactly. I just felt it. I knew it. I didn't want no inspection or nothing. I didn't get no inspection. I'm going to tell you why. God knew we had no other option. God knew there was nothing else out there to rent, even if I could have afforded it. It was nothing. It was getting so bad at that time where anytime anything hit the market, it was gone for rent. Rent was so sky high, we would have had to go too far from my husband's job to even try to rent in the country and be paying out the behind for some rent in the country. But God didn't allow it to happen. He didn't want that to happen. He didn't. God had his plans for me, for my family already. He already had his plans. So anytime I tried to do anything outside of what he had plans for me to do, he had always stopped it in its tracks. Every time. And the person that I used to talk to on the phone can be a witness to me telling them just that. In the moment it was happening. In the moment. And I used to call her and be laughing on the phone at the devil, telling her what the devil was trying to do, and laughing at her, laughing on the phone with her at him about what he had just tried to do. My right hand to him. She can be a witness and tell y'all. I called her and I told her about everything that was going on along the step, along that journey, every step. She knew how the devil was trying to come in. Everything. So, with that being said, as I walked through the house, I noticed the rooms. I noticed the kitchen, how I had all them cabinets. I noticed the bathrooms, the little setup that would have been great for grandma and, Mary Jane, extra room for my husband, and, the bedroom and then the space. And then now I goes to the porch. I look around. This closed in. This got air conditioning. What's that is over there on that side of that door over there? Open the door. Porch too. Screened in. No, God, no. I know you didn't, God. I know you didn't. God worked that thing out for us, y'all. God did that. Don't never think that Just because you're going through a storm and your situation may seem like it's not going to turn out for the best, just know God is taking you through that storm. God trying to take you somewhere. You just want to have to see where God is trying to take you. But God, but God. And then people on here ask me and said to me, Tiana, I know you so ready to show your house off, girl. That's a big old nice house, and that house this and that house that. I couldn't see all that y'all was talking about. I couldn't see that. Because for one thing, I'm not no bragger, I'm not boastful of nothing. I'm thankful. I'm thankful because God knew that I didn't know if we were going to find anything or be out the door. I didn't know. But God had that plan, and I had to be willing to walk that walk and have faith and believe that He was going to take care of us. And I did. I did. And along the journey, before it actually started, sometimes you have to talk with your spouse if you have one. Because one thing about the devil, when he can't get to you in one way, he going to try to get to you in another way. And he's going to use what you love. And when he couldn't get to me, I told my husband, I said, babe, I said, I'm going through something right now. And anytime you see yourself acting different towards me, recognize it. Because sometimes that don't be nothing but the devil using you to get to me. So you have to be aware when he's trying to step in. And I tell my husband that. That way he'll know. If he start doing things to me that he know that he don't do, or if I start saying things to him about, something he's doing to me, you need to be aware that the devil done stepped in. Because just like I was going through my little storm when I had to let my grandmother go and I really didn't want to let her to go, and the devil just kept trying to make me think like I was doing the wrong thing, being a bad person. But God kept trying to show me that this is what I wanted for you and for her, and was opening these doors for us. But I couldn't see that because I felt like that you shouldn't do this to somebody that you love or somebody that you're caring for. But when things is out of your control and God wants something other than He know what you can and can't take, and He want to help you with that situation, you have to trust God and do what He wants you to do. And that's what I did. I did what I felt like God wanted me to do. And when I finally made up my mind to do that, that's when I started feeling better. I started noticing changes that we was applying for, but we was getting denied. But then once I made that step, everything that I was trying, it was just coming. Everything was just coming. Everything was just coming. Everything was just coming, just coming, just coming. Doors just start opening. God just started revealing, this is what I wanted you to do. You had to throw the towel in, Tiana, and just let it go. The journey that you was on then is done and over with. You have been holding on to something that shouldn't have been held on to because of your own feelings, your own beliefs. But that journey is over with. Now I have you on a new journey, something more easy because I know you, my child. I know you. And so what he did was now my only job here to do is to check in on her, visit her, make her feel like somebody. Let her so she don't feel alone by herself, whatever. And that's what I try to do. But I couldn't see that this is where God was trying to put me at. Because remember, my focus, my everything was on my grandmother and not my husband. God didn't give me my husband to just be sit back and be neglected because I felt like he didn't need me. So he gave me what I needed. He gave my husband what he needed. He gave my grandmother what he needed. And now my husband and I is in the process of learning one another. We learning one another. And like I said, for those of you that's just now coming in, you're gonna have to go back and watch from the beginning. I know it was 4 hours long, almost five, but just because you're married to a person does not mean that y'all know one another in its entirety. You that does not mean it don't mean that just because you married. So I thank God. I thank God for I you know what? I thank God for choosing me for one. I thank God for choosing me, like I said, to be his servant. I am his servant. And I know that what I have talked about today is for me to release, to get to the better me, to feel better, to heal, to grow. But God know somebody here needed to hear me say that. Say what I have said today. Somebody needed to hear that. And that's the reason I'm so open to be obedient and not hold back and speak what's on my mind when it comes out and not stop it. Because if I get on here and I start talking about something, then I know it must be something that God wants me to say. Regardless if I'm helping just one person, that one person may have needed to hear this to get to their own healing as well. You know? So I thank God that I'm obedient. And I just thank God for being patient and working on me. And I know better is to come. And I know that I wanted to get better with my YouTube. I know that. But even though I was being myself, this girl right here that y'all seeing now, that y'all been seeing for this past month, y'all ain't never seen her before. Maybe y'all knew she was in me, but y'all ain't never seen her before because I was closed offish. I wasn't as transparent, but I was myself, if that makes sense. I wasn't so open to express my feelings and tell a lot of things. But now I find that to be, in my eyes, a good thing. And that's what's making me want to be here even more. Because now y'all really is getting me. Me. Y'all getting it. I was too scared to tell y'all sometimes that I smoke. But I'm grown. But I was. I was too scared to show y'all my life sometimes, even though this is the kind of channel that I had, but I was. But I see that the more transparent I am, the easier it is to do this. Because I'm really being me. Really being me. So when you being yourself, who is the next one to judge you? You know? And that's how I see it now. Even though I tell you I'm not going to be fussing back and forth with these trolls and stuff like that, that's how I feel. And that's what I mean. I'm not going to say that it's never going to happen again. I pray to God that it don't happen again because I don't need to be arguing with them because they're irrelevant. But I'm definitely going to try not to argue with them. Right. And I am. And y'all say that a lot of times, but you know, when you is on this side of the camera and you know, you see people say, just be you, girl, just do you, just do your thing, just be yourself, just it don't matter. In your mind, coming from your own space, your own bubble, and putting yourself out there for everybody to see, first thing that comes to your mind when people say that is they just trying to be nosy. And maybe some of them is, but not everybody. Some people do mean you some good. And that's the hard part about being transparent. The ones that don't mean you no good. That's the hard part about it. But when you learn to overlook them, which is what I'm learning to do, when you learn to overlook them, it makes you don't worry about them and keep doing you. And another thing that I had thought about that keeps sticking with me, somebody had told me in the comments one day on the after a video, and they said, I never was able to see your subscriber count or something like that for some reason. I done mentioned this to y'all before, but if you see, you know I done mentioned this to you twice before, then you know that I think about this. You should be further than where you are. And I thought about that. I'm likable to me, but I have to be likable to others, but you can't make everybody like you. And she's right. I should be further. So then I started evaluating myself and I was like, what is it? And then the only thing I came up with is, Tiana, it's probably just your attitude. That's what I came up with. It probably just your attitude, you know? And I was like, you know what, self? You might be right, self. I need to work on me. And ever since that day she told me that, I've been trying to work on me. Because I know that I'm entertaining. I am the entertaining type of person. I am her. And I know that I can hold the attention of people that want to be here. I know that. But it's some things that I have to work on within myself to be able to grow. And a lot of times when it's a channel that just does funny stuff, you know, they sometimes keep crowds because they're just acting. But I'm not just acting on my channel. I'm not coming with a script. I'm not coming with nothing planned. I'm coming being myself, showing y'all real life, real cooking, real ways that I live, how I maintain my struggles sometimes. And so you can't act with that. You can't pretend with that. You can only, my audience is the ones that want to hear this. That's my audience. And I appreciate my audience because it's not drama. So I thank y'all because y'all ain't with the drama. And y'all do try to encourage. And y'all do try to be a motivation and a help to me. But a person can only receive that when they're ready. And maybe at those times, if I rejected something that some of y'all told me, I probably wasn't ready, so I apologize. A few times, Miss Burnell said some things that I ain't like. I know for a fact you and didn't agree with. But at that time, I just wasn't ready for it. You got to be ready to grow. You got to be ready to go to the next level. And I just wasn't ready. So now I'm ready, you know? And so that's why I sit back and I do my lives the way that I do because I get more out of my lives than I do my pre-recorded videos. You know, I felt like I accomplished something. I don't reach somebody else. You know what I'm saying? I just feel that way. Now I get tired. That's why I don't be want to do the lives because I be tired. Sometimes you get tired of just being on video, you know, and you just be want to just relax and be lazy. But every time I think about that, I be like, Tiana, you can't just relax and be lazy. If you want to do something, you want to have something, you gotta get up and do some work. So I know I was tired yesterday, and I had made a post, and I said, "Y'all don't count me out." But I was tired. I just had to take me a little break or something. I said for a little bit, but I'm coming. 15, 20 minutes. I'm coming. I had to tell myself that to motivate myself to get up and get here, regardless of how tired I was. And that's part of growing, becoming an adult. even though I'm grown, but I still got some adulting to do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm ready for that. I'm ready for it. So if that means me cutting some people off, being more to myself so I can get my focus on, because don't nobody understand my hustle, my grind, that's what I got to do. I'm glad you did, Miss Miles, and I hope I delivered it in the way that God wanted me to deliver it. Lord, I pray that I deliver whatever it is that I was meant to do, whatever I need to say, everything I said. God, I hope I delivered it in the way I needed it to be delivered. Thank you, Lord, for these words, because I know that you have something to do with this right here. Amen. But yeah, yeah. When we go to God in prayer, ask Him to work on us, clean us, forgive us, create us, and use a clean heart, and when He get us where we need to be, we can cry out for others, and that's true. That's true. Hey, Miss Lynette. Yes, we can have fun over here. Lots of laughs. We also love the Lord over here and love praising God. Exactly, Miss Meredith. He's using you. Yeah, I know He is. Everybody don't want to see God. Right. Hey, Miss Ella, everything you're saying, I can definitely relate to. Thank you for being you. You're welcome, Miss Ella. I can only be that. I can only be me. If God be for us, who can be against us? And that is so true. May 55. Just be you. I am. No matter what you have had going on, Jesus love you, and I love you too. I love you too, Tracy. Thank you. God will always work it out. You gotta just trust in Him. Exactly, Miss Elder. You are walking in your calling. Continue to be a blessing. Your spirit has always had me coming back. Thank you, Miss Cheryl. And y'all say that all the time. Y'all say that all the time. But you know, sometimes you can't see stuff in yourself that other people see in you. That's what I told my husband. What I saw in him, he couldn't see. What y'all see in me, I can't see sometimes. But I know it's there because you see it. So, hold on, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, there we go. And yes, you did because this is what I've been going through. Thank you, Miss Smile. I'm glad I touched base, helped you some kind of way. Hey, Jane Doe, you were the first live I had ever watched, and I was drawn into commenting to you, and the chat family were so kind and welcoming. You are a child of God, Tina, and I appreciate you and the chat family. Thank you, Jane Doe. Yes, let me tell y'all something. Hold on, let me read this real quick. I'm going to tell you about me being an entertainer and stuff like that. I love watching your channel because it's raw, meaning you just be yourself and cooking, conversation, laughter, cleaning. You have fun. Have a fun channel to watch. Thank you, Starla. I enjoyed this so much. I'm glad you did. Yes, you did. And it takes a real woman to admit her faults. God is not done with us yet. As black women, have to lift one another up instead of tear each other down. So again, thank you. Oh, thank you, and you're welcome. But that's so true, though. That is so true. So true. Others see what you can't write. As you know, God, good Lord, is always with you and your family, and I always tell you, keep doing what you're doing. You are blessed. Thank you. I am. God is wonderful. Yes, He is amazing, glorious, awesome, everything. Everything. Without Him, we nothing. without Him, without God. Just imagine the things in your life what you need God for. That's everything. That's everything. Every step. When you're nervous, trying to do an interview, job, the illness, sickness, struggles with your children and family, and need somebody to just talk to because there's no one else. But then you say, you know what? Let me just talk to God. Then when you start talking to God, you start noticing how He started listening. It was something the other day. I was talking to God and I was like, I had asked God for something. Matter of fact, oh Jesus, thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing that back to mind, Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But anyway, I was talking to the Lord about my marriage. And I had asked Him for something in particular. And I was woke all night. I didn't go to sleep until like 5 that morning because this was on my mind so heavy. And I couldn't go to sleep at all. And I was just so disturbed and everything. And I just closed my eyes and I just prayed and asked God to just help me. And then it's like immediately God had answered my prayers because that next day, partly of what I had prayed for, my husband called me on the phone. He wasn't even on his lunch break when he called me. And he was like, babe, I just had to call you and tell you that I thank you. I thank you for just not being the nagging type, for not being that woman that's insecure and don't trust me, being the way that these other women is. He was like, because I was just at work and I wasn't talking to the guys, but I was just listening to them talk about how they women is and how they just be, you know, be mean to them and they don't be want to take them to work and it's a problem with this and it's a problem with that and and he was like, I just thank you for just not being like that. And when I tell you, I was so deep and down in my spirit at that time, and that right there helped uplift me when he called me and told me that. And I told him, I said, thank you, because you just don't know what you did for me. He was like, what you mean what I did for you? He didn't know how I was feeling. He didn't know. And what I wanted to talk about, he didn't know. But God had answered my prayers once I closed my eyes and I prayed and I asked God, please help me. Immediately, the next day, it wasn't even the next day, honestly, because I ain't go to sleep till like 5 that morning. So that same day, later on that day, my husband called me and said something to me to make me smile. And um, when I had to talk with my husband, it just helped relieve all that pressure off of me that I had been feeling. Because, like I told you, I am now able to pay more attention to him. And so it was some things that I noticed that we had needed to talk about that was bothering me. And when I finally talked to him this time, and he was so understanding, it's like he understood exactly what I was telling him this time. And I told him, I was like, thank you for giving me my smile back. Thank you for giving me my smile back because I needed that. I needed for him to understand where I was coming from and how I was feeling. So I thank God for my husband because at the end of the day, like I said, when God give you something, he ain't giving it to us for it to go wrong. God gave it to us because he knows what we need. And God knows what I need and who I needed in my life. And that's why my husband is the way that he is with me, because God gave me who I needed. There's times I be looking for my husband to not be understanding and well, not, I ain't gonna say that, um uh not accept me for just who I am, or look at me in a way that somebody else will probably look at me and judge me. But when I mention certain things to him, he be like, "Babe, don't think that. No, that ain't you." And I was like, my husband really accept me for who I am, like fully who I am. So I thank God for that. All right, so let's see. Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you. And I'm happy to have you. Y'all welcome Kelvin to the family. I'm glad to know that this was your first time, because I wasn't sure, because I had somebody by that name one time and I thought it was you, but it had been a long time that they had been here. But actually his name is Kevin. That's his name. But yeah, welcome to the family. Yes, and you can't give up. Cause one thing about it, let me tell y'all something that I was gonna say that I forgot to say. When you think about it, hold on, let me finish reading this real quick. Basically, it's like when kids leave the nest and you're getting to know your spouse more. Exactly, Susie. Yep. Family is there. Wherever time we need the Lord is now. So much is going on in the world. Just keep lifting up the name of Jesus. He said, "If I be lifted up, I'll draw all men into me." Amen. Hey, Christelle. Great testimony. Thank you. Um, so, amen, Susie. That's what we are doing. Getting to put each other first in our marriage again. Getting to kiss on the couch, going out on dates, and flirting with each other. And yes, that is fun. That's fun. Because you did not marry a partner to not have fun with them, to not be like that first date, the dates, and then you get married and you forget. So, what was I finna respond to? I was finna respond to something. Um. Oh, giving up, Brandy. So that's what I am in your head. That's all right. That's all right. I'll be all of that. Uh. Okay. So giving up. We can't give up even though we want to. And giving up is the easiest thing to do, because there's times that I feel like I wanted to just give up. And I realized that I can't give up, because when you give up, does not mean that whatever that problem is going to go away. You can't give up. You got to stay strong and keep pushing and have faith and keep moving forward. Because when you give up, that only makes you sit in that mess that you was in. You really just at a standstill, just sitting there. And it's only going to start all over again once you get back in. It's going to start back over. You're going to get back in it, because that is something that God have you going through, and you gotta Want to pass that test or continue to stay in the mess? Sounds good, don't it? So, what are you going to do? Are you going to show God that you believe him? Because one thing about a storm, problems, it don't last. It just has its time frame. So, are you going to give up and stay in the mess? Because really, that's where you at. The mess is still around you. You just gave up, so you think everything don't went away, but it really ain't. So once you get ready to get up out of depression, your mess, your whatever it is that you're feeling at the moment where you don't want to deal, don't want to cope. Once you feel like, okay, now I'm ready to get back up and walk again, that mess gonna come back because you got to show God something. God trying to show you something. Something God trying to show you. And just because it got hard does not mean that you're supposed to give up, give in, throw the towel in. I'm done. I'm through. You got to keep walking no matter how hard it get. And just like I told y'all back years ago, a couple years ago, when I used to talk about this, whenever you got a storm that's happening in your life, right? The strongest part of a storm is in the middle. One side of the outside is the beginning. Then you is walking through those winds. Then you get in the middle where the eye is, where it's the roughest. Because now you trying to get past that onto the outside edge where those winds is again. Those winds gonna be trying to knock you down. But you gotta stand firm and believe that you can walk through the storm with the help of God. And as you continue to walk, you're going to make it back to that outside edge where it's going to start getting lighter again, where it's almost over. But you got to keep walking. You can't give up in the middle of the storm because where you give up at is where you must going to pick back up at or start all over. Exactly. I used to talk about that. And so you got to keep going. But just know as you travel this rough journey, God is before you at the end of the day. Because one thing about God, he don't want us to do nothing alone. He's not going to leave us ever. He's always there. We looking for him in the spirit and praying to him in heaven and earthly realms and all kind of stuff like that. But one thing that you must know is only thing that you have to do is believe that God is already there because he is already deep down within you. Within you. He's never not in there. He's in there. So as long as you believe that he's in there, yes, you is dealing and going through all this that you're going through, but God got you along this journey, this rough time in your life. He's going to help bring you through if you believe that he's going to bring you on through. That's all he wants you to do is believe. That's it. That's it. God ain't asking nothing else from us but believe. And as long as you can believe that he's always there, no matter how hard the times is in your life, see, God got to talk to us through experience sometimes. He got to let us go through certain things so we will know who was there. He got to remove some people out your life so that you don't be placing everything that God had just done for you and be giving all the credit to them. Because the credit is going to go to Him when it's all said and done. Because when you see what it is that God did for you, or something that God has been trying to show you, at the end of it, the first thing that you're going to be able to say is, it wasn't nobody but God that helped me, that pulled me through, that got me that place that I was trying to get, that car that I was trying to get, helped straighten my children up, my relationship, my marriage, whatever, my finances, my health, my nobody but God. Nobody but God. But just know, when God trying to show you something, the devil is always there to be a distraction. But one thing that God wants you to be able to do is recognize it. You got to be able to recognize when it's Him and when it ain't Him. When something trying to come and steal your mind off of what He's trying to do, or something trying to cause you to get upset when God got you on this way, but this right here trying to make you mad, whatever this is, you got to know. That's right, Michelle. You got to know when that evil trying to step in. And I always keep a watchful eye, y'all. That's one thing about me. I don't know why my eye is like that. But I got a watchful eye where I be looking for God to show me things and speak to me through whatever it is. I could be looking at something and it could be just a little smallest little saying, little message or something, and I'd be like, thank you, God. Because I was just feeling this way, or I was just thinking that, or I was just praying and asking you for this, and then next thing you know, this come on and this person say this. And remember, I was just telling y'all about the comedy, about the lady said, you can't let things that you have no control over something to you. What was the word? And that was the title of my video one day. But it's like, it was a comedy. But the message, it was just for me. Because I was just cussing trolls out. And I prayed and I asked God to help me get better from that. And then I turned on the TV and that was on. And when that came on and she said that in the beginning of the video and in the end of the show, in the beginning I told my husband, I said, babe, I said, you heard what she said? I said, now that was for me right there. And my husband like, babe, what you talking about? And then I looked at him and I was like, oh, he ain't gonna know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Consume. Yes. You can't let it consume you. Thank you, Brandy. Amen, Tracy. The good is to be thankful for. The bad is to look for God for strength. The ugly is to learn from and give Him glory for surviving it. In all things, give glory to God. Amen, Ms. Merida. Yes. Say that again. The good is to be thankful for. The bad is to look to God for strength. And the ugly is to learn from and give Him glory for surviving it. In all things, give glory to God. Amen. Girl, said a mouthful, girl. I understood that. The good, bad, and the ugly. Yes. Got to give God the glory. Got to. But anyway, I enjoyed this chat with y'all. I got to go in here and monetize some dang on videos that is not monetized before this month is over with, y'all. And I hope that it ain't over with, honey. I need to make sure because I'm gonna be mad that I've been procrastinating about monetizing these videos that I've been needing to monetize. And that because they don't monetize everything when it hits. And I just been sitting back just looking at it and ain't monetized it. So Lord knows I hope that they ain't turned the time in just yet. Cause I need to go monetize my videos. Please don't be don't turn that time in. Cause I'm gonna go right now as soon as I get up off here. Please don't stop. Okay, they ain't stopped the check. All right, so I love y'all. I enjoyed this check. It was much needed for me. Um, and I wasn't even going to go this deep. That's why I know it wasn't nobody but God. I wasn't going to go this deep. I was just going to tell y'all about how I noticed how my husband was in the kitchen yesterday and how I'm so thankful. Just thankful, y'all. Thankful to God that he was willing. And he had some patience yesterday. But then I went off into everything else. But I know I'm on my journey to greatness. I am on the path to healing and getting to the better me. And in order to say that, some feelings have to be hurt, some things have to be said, some truth have to come out. And that's just that. And if you can't understand that, for me to get to my healing, then I don't know what to tell you. Because I can't continue to wallow in my own mess. Got to clean it up so God can do what he want to do for me and my husband. And I know that I say this, but I'm going to tell the truth. I feel like when my mess, see, that's why I say it's a blessing to have children and it's a blessing to not have children. Because I feel, and I always felt like grandma was part of my test. My marriage is another part of the test. And me cleaning myself up to get to the better me is part of my test from God to see if he want to bless me and my husband with some children, because we don't know who we going to be when he give us them kids. We don't know what it's going to be like when he give us them kids. So if God give us some children, I don't want to treat my kids like my mess that I got in me. And so I thank God that I don't have them at this time. But I feel like God is doing some working. And if this world ain't done and over with yet, I feel God gonna bless us with some kids. I do. I believe that. I believe God gonna bless us with at least one. If I got to have two, I'd rather them be twins. That way I ain't got to do it again. But God gonna bless us. I know he is. But it's something he wants us to see. And if he don't, if I'm wrong and he don't, I'm okay with it. Because like I said, I believe that it's a blessing to have children and it's a blessing to not have children. And the reason why it's a blessing to not have them it's because God got to bless you with them. So that's what it is. But until the next one, I love y'all. Peace, love, many, many blessings to each and every one of y'all. I thank y'all for listening to me. I thank y'all for being a part of my journey, my family here, and being supportive of me and not judging me. I thank y'all for that. And I hope that I have helped someone, but I don't have to be the help to you because God gonna help you. How about that? So, oh, and on a great day to talk about the Lord. Happy Halloween, y'all. So yeah, y'all have a good one, and I'll see y'all in the next video. I had to make sure that was it. I'll see y'all in the next one. All right, and thank you, Miss Cheryl and Miss Carol, for my cash apps. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate y'all for that. Thank y'all for being a blessing to me because that's what you are, a blessing to me. Because I ain't got the most of everything, but y'all giving me, y'all been a blessing to me and helping me to be able to do some things that I want to do, that I need to do. And another thing that I heard, let me hold on one second. Another thing that I heard that changed my mind about being so tight with myself, because I'm so tight with myself, is invest in yourself now and save later. And that has been sticking with me for the past couple of days that I heard this like 2 days ago. Invest in yourself now and save later. And see, I be trying to save now and be wanting to invest in myself, but I don't because I'm scared of failure. So I am going to invest in myself so that I can save later. Because how am I going to save now and barely got anything to save? So if I invest in myself, it is a balance, right? So if I invest in myself, I'll have that money to put back and save. And it makes perfect sense. So I had to say that too, just in case somebody else needed to hear that, because that was definitely motivation for me to stop being so stingy with myself so that I can be a success. I got too much talent to be wasting, and I got to do something with something. Exactly. You right. So good night, y'all. I love y'all, and y'all have a good one, and I hope y'all have a good day tomorrow at work.